Welcome to Drama Talk. Are you ready to get down to it? Evidently, it's going to get wild because I'm going to go on my own live and have a chat. So I don't get to share my story on someone else's live, but I certainly get to tell it on my own. So let's do that.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
All right. Were you in the other live I was in?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, well,
I was just seeing what was going on.
yeah, you might be in for some drama here, so enjoy
Okay.
the enjoy the view.
What's the drama about?
About my personal life, I was sharing some things to try to bring awareness to a complicated situation, and everybody decided to get all in their complicated feels about it and not let me express the whole thing.
Oh, I see.
And so now they accuse me of all kinds of things, and then they didn't want me to express the whole story. So now I'll come on my own damn live and say what I want about it.
Right. Was it like a political debate?
Oh no, it's much more personal than that.
Though.
I have two children, very many years apart, and one essayed another.
Ooh.
And one is doing time over it. And so I'm going to be able to put my own story out now on my own live.
Right.
And people can share it and come here and hear the whole thing instead of a whole bunch of judgment.
No, it makes sense.
So they can all kiss my frickin' ass. I'm not the one. You don't get to invite me in your live to talk about whatever the topic is. And then I bring up something as important as somebody who's mentally ill being in the criminal system in prison, being abused, which I don't care what your crime is, you should not be abused in prison.
Right.
I don't care. We're not barbarians. If you're in prison and you've done something wrong, you deserve to be in prison, but then you also deserve to be protected if you're not capable of protecting yourself.
Right. Have
We
you
don't
ever
we don't we don't put mentally ill people in prison so they can be abused.
Right. Have you ever tried filing an appeal with the court to get him in a mental
The thing
institution?
is that the victim is my other child.
Right.
So I was not capable of doing that.
Due to like conflict of
But
interest?
so my older child, right, my older child was convicted, and I had to stand by my younger child and take care of them, right? So
Right.
my problem is the older one, while guilty, has done an extraordinary amount of time for something that other children would not have, or other perpetrators of the same circumstance would not have done that much time,
How much
right?
how much time has he done?
10 years
Yeah, it's crazy because yeah, there's people that only
for
do.
one essay incident.
That's crazy because yeah, they're when I used to sell cars, there was this old man who came in and
And here comes my TikTok therapist because she's going to tell me not to worry about all that judgment.
yeah, it's crazy how some
Hello.
people serve more
Hello,
time than
sweetie. How
others.
you doing?
Doing good about yourself.
All right. Were you in that other live?
I look, I was looking at it, but I'm really not fond of the TikToker that he was giving the live. So,
Well, that wasn't the topic of the live. But I had brought up that mentally ill people should not be in prison unprotected or they should not be, people should not be allowed to abuse people in the prison system.
No.
And I am his mother. And so that's just where I am with it. And so because of that, all of a sudden I condoned the actions, right?
No.
And so it's like, no. And the reason that I talk about it isn't so that I open myself to a bunch of vitriol. It's so that
Right.
I open people up to the fact that these issues are not cut and dry. There are feelings and pain and hurt on both sides. And sometimes it's not just one bad person that's hurting people. It's a family issue, and it's passed down on generations. And sometimes we need to open this up and have a full-on discussion about this.
Yeah.
And so it's not just, yes, sometimes it's a horrible person that just goes around and abuses children and they need to be put away for life. And yes, that sometimes it is that cut and dry, but not always, you know? And they were asking me questions and putting little pieces in and not listening to the whole thing and making judgment on pieces that they were hearing. And then when I would try to explain it, but no, no, no. And I'm like, you know what? I'll just come on my own live. And anybody that knows me can come in here and I'll answer questions. I'll tell my story. I don't share it to open myself up to hate. I share
No,
it because
absolutely.
I know other people are out there that have a similar story. And I don't want them to feel alone. I don't
No.
want them to feel alone because that's how I felt.
Look, I'm so sorry that that happened to you. You know, it's like when you open up to share your story, that's what you like to think. You know, it's like that somebody may be there in the same boat, and then it's like, unity makes strength, right? Well, society, it's all about I'm better than you,
But
and
you
the
know what?
whole
I know I opened myself up to that though. So I'm not sad that people hate me.
no,
Sometimes I get frustrated because they don't let me tell the whole thing, or that they don't give me the benefit of the doubt to let me finish, or something like that. But it's not that I don't expect hate, or that I think that people aren't going to judge, because that's just how the world is. It's just that if people take the time out sometimes just to give it a few more minutes, just open up and listen to what somebody's saying, then maybe you'll understand. Yes, there's guilt. Yes,
Can I
there's
say
that.
something though? Is like one thing that people and society don't understand is like, wow, they're so fast in passing judgment until they think it happened to them. That's when they're gonna understand. But this is the point. When we have children, it's for life. That's what I always tell my children. Whatever you do, I'm never gonna stop love you. So although even if my child will be in a prison, I'm going to support him. I was, born for it. There is something that connection. So do they want to judge? But the point is this: is like, to me, prison should never be even making as much money as they do, because 80% of the population, it's either in drugs or mentally challenged. So that is not the answer. It's gonna make the problem worse, right? Um,
And they were in that room talking about how the whole mental health system is made to make money and off of people and everything. And it's like, if I didn't take medicine, I wouldn't be able to function normally. If I didn't take something for depression, I wouldn't be normal. I wouldn't be able to function and run a household or have a job or live a normal life. So it's like, yeah, sometimes medicine overdoes it. I don't like the way the system works in big pharma, but sometimes it's necessary.
no, I finally, I understand 100%. Um, I believe that personally is like that Western medicine, it's out to make a money out of me. They really don't care to get me healthy. So
No,
I had to
I don't
learn.
really think so either. But when we have breakthroughs and they do stabilize
Oh
people,
yeah.
insulin, for crying out loud. How many lives have we saved since we came across insulin?
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
yeah. But you see, it's like, let me tell you something, right? So I did a study about diabetes, right? Do you know that it used to be called the rich man disease? Because back in the days, sugar, it was like a delicatessen, like a caviar now, right? Like champagne. It was just for rich people, right? So there was a bigger statistic in illness with diabetes with wealthy people, right?
mhm.
Now, today, it's everywhere. I totally believe that America it's over sugar. And sugar, it's a bad thing. It should have everything in moderation. I
Processed
remember,
foods.
go ahead, excuse me?
Processed foods.
That too, that too. But that's the thing is like they give you the insulin, but they don't tell you to stop eating sugar. Do you understand? It's like when I see a diabetic and with a coca and a donut and that is like,
The donut.
I
you
would
know,
I
it's
think
like,
agree. I agree. I think they tell diabetics like to watch what you eat and get exercise and stuff, but they don't really mean it, right? Because if you really meant it, you would actually give them an actual program. Like you would get them like to me, if you want somebody to change how they eat and how they actually live, you're going to actually give them an entire life-changing thing. Like, here, you're going to stay here for 6 months while we show you how to make food, how to shop for food, how to build an entire new way of
yeah.
eating so
But
that you
but
don't
when
go
you
back
help
to it,
somebody,
right?
watch this. If you help somebody, right, you go to a doctor and you say, okay, I'm healed. Now I want you to cure me. And when I say cure me, it's like that I'm no longer healed, that I'm done with the illness, right? Now, either he can tell you, it's like because most of the healing property come from earth. There are herbs and medication that they are there to heal us, right? Well, if they do that, how much are they going to make money out of us? You see, the Western medicine, for most, it's about putting a band aid, but don't take care of the issue. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah.
They want to put you on a pill. There's a pill for everything.
Oh, this goofy ass phone. Trying to get it to sit up here just right. Scooby, quit eating the cat. Get over here.
Scooby
You
like
can
a
hear
cat would.
you can
Hello
hear
to
him gallop
everybody.
across the room. Gallop like a horse. Good grief. Goofy dog. You hear him gallop.
Good afternoon. I just was flipping through and I saw that you looked upset. I just wanted to say hello and say hang in there.
Hi.
Yeah,
Thank you,
they're rude
Brandy.
people.
Thank you, honey. I appreciate it. It's okay. You know
You'll be
me.
great. You'll be great. However
I'm
many
the advocate that stands in for other people and then get my feelings hurt. So,
um
Road,
that's how it
yeah,
is.
well
road.
the more haters that you have, the more people that you have cheering you on. So
Yes.
I know.
Road.
The more they're leaving somebody else alone. So it's okay.
Yeah. But when you
but
are
you don't
in,
but also
in
okay.
a life of judgment, like next time that you are in a life and you say your point and you just hear judgment, just live the life because you don't want to be around those people. Any person
I
that
know
judges somebody
I
else's
know you tell
situation,
me that, Tiz, but it's so hard because it's like if I leave, it's like I'm allowing their judgment to be right.
No, you're
look at
And
not.
it
it's
in
not
No,
another
you're
way.
not.
right.
Absolutely not. No, you're not.
Look at it another
No, you're
way.
not.
You're
You're just saying
saving your peace. You're
yeah.
saving your peace. That's what it matters. At our age, we need to save our peace, really, because there is people out there that they just have the bullies. They love to get a reaction out of you. Don't give it to them. They don't live
Well,
your life.
that was just it, right? They were cheering bullies on the whole time because we were talking about they were talking about how people were that was the whole discussion started. They were at the whole live started about how if women or men were more oppressed. Okay. And so what I said was the reason that straight white men feel oppressed is because all these different other groups that feel oppressed are now coming together as one and standing together. I said when you have the BIPOC community and you have the LGBTQIS2S community, and then you have all the women that are pro-choice, and all these groups are standing together and saying, yeah, we're not having this. And then you have the cis white men over here, or the straight white men going, yeah, we're all by ourselves over here. It's going to feel like you're being attacked. That's just the way it's going to feel. You know, if you got a problem with that, call your representatives and tell them to call off their attack dogs.
But
You know,
the thing is, Rosebud, is that you don't have to take the punch for everybody else. You can still.
I know, but I'm trying to make my point because they sound like they want to talk about it. You know, they sound like they actually want to have a conversation and discuss it and try to figure out a happy medium. So I'm like, let's have a chat. Let's talk about it. Let's have the discussion. And then they get in their feels and they're like, no, because when we had it out in the past, we just took it out to the back of the skull and had our fisticuffs out and everybody was done and walked away. And I said, it's not like that anymore. And I said, I don't know what kind of reality you lived in, but when I grew up during those times, not everybody was able to fight back. Not everybody could fight against the bullies, and not everybody walked away happy at the end of the day. They said, well,
Hey,
what did you
Rose.
do when you got picked on when you were a kid, you know?
Hey, Rose, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, hon.
Okay, I'm driving, so I just wanted. I feel like you got the interpretation of the last live wrong. I don't honestly feel like anybody was necessarily bullying you. I think the truth just sometimes hurts more than the delusion we tell ourselves. You know, you were on a live stating that you were upset about your son being in general population because he is a sex offender, correct?
No, I was upset because he's
That's not what
autistic.
you said?
That is
Because
what
he's
I said.
autistic.
Yes.
Okay, I've been a nanny for a few years, since I was 18 off and on. I'm 23 now, and I've had multiple kids, and some multiple kids at the same time that were autistic, and one in which did have sexual orientation problems. His parents had him put into a bunch of different, like, because he didn't understand age. He didn't understand sexuality. He had no comprehension of it. But his parents had stopped him from being able to pursue anybody else. He wasn't allowed around his younger siblings because his parents were split. So there's a bunch of precautions that people take, and you just kept almost
And
defending
you don't
yourself
think
as
I
if
took any of those precautions up until he was 20 years old and that happened?
I didn't say that. I watched the whole entire live. I tried to get up there. But it just took too long. There was too many people in line. I
Because
don't think you
nobody
didn't
let
take
me
any
tell
precautions.
the
I
whole
wasn't
story,
there.
right? No,
But the
yeah,
story that
you're
you
still
were,
again not letting me tell the whole story. But this is my
but you
live.
told the whole
We're not going
story.
to come
You
in here
said
and
he
take
started off.
over my live.
I'm not taking over your life. I'm directing my questions towards you based on what you said in previous lives, and now you're talking about the previous live in this one. So I decided to join and explain to you why everyone was so upset. So you're not on here kind of victimizing yourself, because the only real victim are your daughter and the other kids your son had touched. And you said your son had touched other
No,
little
my
kids,
son
and then
was
you
also a
proceeded.
victim before he victimized somebody
That
else.
doesn't
But
matter at that
obviously
point.
nobody
He
wanted to
is a
hear
victim,
that.
but once the victim becomes the abuser, you kind of have to separate the victim mentality. You know what I mean? Yes, as a mother,
And I'm
I
a
have two
mother to
children. I
both.
have a son.
And you don't know what you're
I have a
talking
son and
about
a
until
daughter.
you have
I
a
have a son.
child of
I
your
have a
own
son and a
on
daughter.
both sides.
Rose, since you are a pet, can I respond to this young lady, please?
Sure.
Okay, so
I haven't done making my point, so there's nothing really to respond to at the moment. So let
No,
me proceed.
you're
yeah,
So I
you
ill-informed. You don't know the
you're
whole
here.
story.
You're 23-year-old. You need to learn that you don't know what's
23
life,
that has been
and
sexually
unless
assaulted over
you
7
leave
times in my entire
somebody
life, and I
else
have
to
2 children.
choose,
Don't talk to me
you talk too
about
much.
sexual
No,
assault
you
and how
talk
it
too
can
much.
affect the victims long
You know
term.
what? You know what? Just because you just let it, I don't even know why you came up here just
Because
to give us a little bit more misery. I don't know.
Rosebud, make me a
I really
mod,
don't
please.
know.
Hello,
Yeah.
ladies. I've been listening to your live for a minute. Your name is Rosebud. Rosebud,
Yeah.
from what I understand, you have a son who's a sexual predator or been convicted or something. I'm not exactly sure, but let me tell you something. One thing is clear. I'm on both sides of that. I've been the victim, but I don't make anybody my victim. You understand that? I've been the victim.
mhm.
So, but I didn't grow up and become a woman and make anybody my victim, no matter what. And I have mental issues because I was a victim. But your mental issues is not an excuse for what you do in the future. You understand me, sweetheart? And I'm not coming at you. I'm just letting you know I was a victim from the age of three to
So now
13.
I'm going to give a little bit of a background on this.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, ma'am.
My autistic
Yeah.
son was autistic, and we knew it when he was about 18 months old. And when
Mm-hmm.
I was potty training him, during that time, somebody, when he was over at a friend's house or at his aunt's house or at his grandma's house at some time, somebody SA'd him. And it was a
Okay.
man, because
Okay.
after that, his potty training behavior changed and I didn't know what was wrong. And then after that, he would start touching other children from the time he was 3. And I would take him
The
to
whole
counseling
problem with
and
the
I would
other
take him, hold
live
on.
was that it wasn't reported. You
It
never
was,
reported it. You were
it was,
allowing, you
it
were
was. Shut
enabling to
up,
a
because I'm not
pedophile.
done with my story.
You've told this story 1,000 different times, Rose, and it's
No,
always been
you didn't
different.
hear the whole thing. You have not heard the whole thing
I've
without
heard
shutting
the
your
whole thing
pie
on
hole.
multiple different lives, and every single time it's changed. And there was multiple people in the comments. There was over 200 people in the last live stating that you have lied repetitively, getting symptoms
Everybody thinks
or
I lied
sympathy.
because they never listened to the whole damn thing.
Can I
Okay, so
just
you
ask
said
you a
your son
question?
was
Because I'm
sexually
gonna get
assaulted at
off.
18 months, correct?
Can I ask you a question? Because I need to get off and take care of my children. But I have a question. So do you think Rose, this is a direct question to you, and it's no offense. I'm really asking you a straight up question. Do you think that because your son was autistic, there's a little bit of an excuse there for what he did?
No.
Okay, so point there should be no defending him in that sense. Defending your son, it always, because you're always gonna be a mother. I understand that, but at the end of the day, he's not a good person. Whether he's autistic or not, what he did was wrong. You understand that?
She know
And
that.
you understand that that he does not have the same mentality that a man has.
I
Yes,
do
that's
understand
where
that, but that's not
parenting steps in.
excuse because I have a 13-year-old and he doesn't have the mentality of a man, but I'm not gonna let him go and do nothing to nobody because he doesn't have a
Exactly.
mentality of a man.
And you
So,
And
understand that I've
my
been
son
working
has
with the
issues
authorities so
meeting.
that when he gets out, he's in a
No, no,
facility
no,
where
no,
he
no, no, no,
doesn't
no,
go
no, no.
around children.
Why should he
You
get
said
out?
you were working with the authorities, but you said in your last live that you reported it to a therapist. As if a therapist could really do anything other than mandate report it. So why wouldn't you just go to the police if you knew your son was sexually harassing multiple children? The fact that you're missing is that
When
multiple
he was a
children.
child, he was doing that at 3 and 4 years old. You should have got help for him then,
I
and
He
he
was.
would
was
have been
he
put in a
20.
told
Can
I
you.
I
facility
was.
can I
then,
Yes.
and he
put this
I
wouldn't
out
do
there?
it.
He
was.
was
I
22.
Was he in a
was. I
facility?
was.
He was
I
22.
was. You're not freaking listening. Nobody's freaking listening. I was
I
in your
am.
system from the time he was 18 months.
Rose.
Every single person, every doctor, every therapist, every single day.
How about the
I was
police? How
Different,
about the
never
Rose.
out
police?
of the system.
She never reported it to the
CYS,
police. She
When did when
children
did he
specifically
when
reported
did
abuse.
you
it
go
to
The
to
you,
the
a
entire
police?
therapist.
A
system
Can I
knew
ask
therapist
you a
this
is
boy
question?
required to
One
When
at
be
did
a
knew
he
his
go
time.
to the
flaws, knew
police?
I needed
When
help.
did you
I
go
was
to the
in the
police?
entire
One
system
at
When
a
did you
the
go
time,
to the
whole
please.
police?
time. The
When
school,
did you go
the
to the
system,
police?
the doctor, mental health,
The
everything.
police.
I
The
have not
police.
heard
CYS,
The
police
all
police.
of
one
it.
When did you
time.
go to the police? When did
because
you go to the
Your
they did
son
police?
not
became a
want me
predator
to.
to
The
multiple
police said
children.
it was not. The police told me. The police told CYS. CYS told the police that it was not a criminal matter because children touching children
Really?
was not a crime.
He
Oh,
wasn't a
do you know
child
that
the
it's a
last time. He
crime?
was
Do you
22
know
years
that it's a
old.
crime? Do you know it's
Okay.
a crime? Do you know it's a crime, miss? Do you know that it's a crime?
A child of 3
Yes, a
years
child
old.
touching a child. Do you know that it's a crime? Do you know
He
that it's a
went to
crime?
prison for
Because if you
10
tell me you
years.
don't, lady, you are disgusting. I'm sorry to tell you. That is a fucking crime. A kid
A
touching a kid is a
3-year
crime.
old
A
touching a
3-year-old
3-year-old
touching
is
a
a
3-year-old is
crime.
a crime. Yes, it is. My body, not your body. Whether you're 3, 2, 1, it's a crime,
My
lady.
daughter
So you're
is
gonna tell
6
me that
years
I was
old
being
and
touched at 3 and
understands
it wasn't a
consent.
crime? You bugging,
Children at
lady.
3 years old don't
Yo,
even
you need
Can,
mental
can
understand.
health.
you,
I think your
Rose,
son had a
Rose,
problem
Rose,
because of you, lady. Have a good day.
Rose, Rose, listen to me. Don't. I see what you're trying to say. Is like, even if it's there, I believe that they should have mental health inside the prison, because once they're done with their whatever penalty
It's
they have,
scientifically
they come
proven that you
out and
cannot
they still have
rewire a
the same
pedophile's
problem.
brain.
Excuse me?
It is scientifically proven you cannot rewire a pedophile's brain.
I got rid of her. Sorry, Rose. I can't handle this. That's not fair to you.
No.
It's
I
not
just
productive. It's not
from
productive.
the
Yeah.
You
time
don't
You
need
see
this
what
I
I
is the
mean
mean?
he
thing.
was he was 3 and 4 years old and touching other kids. I reported it all the time. I told his therapist all the time. I said,
You did.
this is
You
what's going
did.
on. I
You
told
can't
Listen,
do this
everybody
like
all
you
the
did.
time.
You can't.
And
Rose,
they told
you're
me
a
the whole
mom.
time it
Don't
was going on.
listen. You don't have to justify. You're a mother, and those people, they just talk because they're angry. Maybe I hope they get therapy too, because I tell you one thing: I've been molested, I've been abused. I didn't become a molester, I didn't become an abuser, but guess what? I went to therapy, and it helped me. Okay, so matter of fact, with my therapist, we were talking that 80% of the prison population that either on drugs and they have mental illness. So is that the way that you're gonna help the people? No. So
You know what they told me? Every time I told them that he kept touching other kids, they said, we'll go over good touch and bad touch with him again. We'll tell him about the rules and then we'll teach him and we'll teach him. When he was 5 years old, when he was in kindergarten, that they told me that I failed him because I wouldn't put him on Ritalin or Adderall at 5 years old. And they told me that if I didn't put him on medicine at 6 years old for Head Start, that they were going to report me and take him from me because I wasn't being a good mom to make sure that he sat still in school. I always tried my best. I always protected my kids. I always did everything I could to make sure my kids were good kids, and they didn't do anything to anybody.
Rose, if I was there, I would give you a hug. Please don't, don't. Please don't let them. They're nobody. They're nobody. They don't know you. They don't live your life. No, please, don't
My
subject
daughter wasn't
yourself
even
to this.
around when my son was little. I don't even know what y'all are talking about. My son was
I'm sorry.
born in 1988. My daughter was born in 2005. How do y'all figure, man? How do
Rosebud,
y'all
don't read
figure?
the comments. Don't read the comments. I would
Yeah,
even
don't.
if you want to talk about this, I'll send you my number. I'll send it to you in a message. We can talk about
Yes,
it when you're offline. But this is not something
I
that you.
can't talk about it just anytime she's not home, and I won't talk about it when she's here because
Will you
it
talk about
bothers
it
her.
you
So
wanna
I
call
won't
her?
talk about it
anytime?
when
Are
I don't
she's
you
here.
care. I'll answer the phone anytime.
Brandy? Are you available now?
Yes,
Because
I.
I have to go get my son. Well, I'm
It's
gonna
it's
follow
all
you,
right.
Brandy.
It's all right. I just
Rose, just understand that don't talk about this stuff with on TikTok, because If we want to do, don't
The
seize
only
your son.
reason I
Do
talk about it is because I'm not the only one. Families go through this kind of
yes,
shit, and somebody else
yes.
abuses a child, and they get broken up, and they get hurt, and
So what you
and things happen, and
what you want to
it's
do?
not fair for people not to
Yes.
understand.
But what you want to do then next time, you should have said, like, do you think that people that are in prison, there are old people that, is like normal people that they just woke up in the mornings like, I'm gonna be a criminal? It's like some people that make mistake, they make even hurt other people, but mental health, it's very important in the prison. They need to stop locking people in, make them worse when they got out without getting any help to become better or to don't reoffend again. Okay. That's how you should have based it. Once you put it inside your experience, that's when is these Zahahina come after you. Because as I told you, it's like even in the Bible, it says judgment, leave it to God. Because us as human, we cannot judge. Because I want to see somebody that throw the first stone, like in the Bible, they said. The one without sin. We're not perfect, but what we can do is be empathetic to others and, make points. Is like the prison system as it is right now is just a money making. They don't care about rehabilitating people. There isn't enough structure there to rehabilitate people. Although there are a few, because my ex-husband used to teach at the prison, to make sure that when they get out, they have something to do.
And Rosebud, you touched on
So
a lot.
I will answer a legit question because somebody asked me a legit question, and that's why I'm here. My son was born in 88. He was abused at the same time around the time he was potty trained.
We can judge.
And I knew something was wrong because his behavior was off. And then not long after that, he started rocking up against stuffed animals and acting weird. And I started taking him to counseling. And then I started catching him with cousins and other children, touching and catching him doing things. And so I took him to counseling, and they said, well, it's normal for kids to be curious about each other and touch each other, and it's okay. We'll talk to him about good touch and bad touch. And I had him in counseling, and I had him in therapy the whole time because he was autistic. So I had him with professionals. I had professionals out at my house to help him with speech therapy. I had professionals at the school that worked with him all the time. I even had respite workers that would come out to the house and help me with him. Having an autistic child is not easy. Okay. So, I mean, I had people around me all the time. I even went to parenting counseling because I was having a hard time with his behavior otherwise. So, I mean, I always had CYS Child Protective Services around here. They've always been there. I have never hid anything from them. All the way until he was 10 or 11 years old. Okay. And then for some reason, every time something happened, and the other side of the family, his father and their side of the family, anytime something would happen, they would hide it. They wouldn't tell anybody, or they would threaten somebody. And I would go back and tell the counselor, and they'd say, well, we'll make sure that we talk to him about good touch and bad touch. And CYS would make a note of it, but because they didn't have any proof, and my ex's family would intimidate them, the parents wouldn't come through. So the whole time they would make these reports, and nothing would happen because my son was a kid. And even when he was even when he was a teenager, I sent him at 16, I sent him to a boys' school specifically for kids that had mental issues and sexual problems. He was there for 3 years. He was there till he was 19. They told me they were going to graduate him there. And then they had me come and get him at 19. They didn't graduate him. They didn't fix him or nothing. And then at 19, Haley was 3 or 4 years old. I put alarms on my doors. But then part of the other thing was I thought it was okay because the whole time my son had all them problems, all them years, it was with boys. It was never with girls. And being his mom, in the back of my mind, I thought, well, it's okay. It's okay because she's a little girl. It's okay. He's got this thing with boys. So it's okay. She's going to be okay. And so I had alarms on the doors and everything. And so it's going to be all right. And so I had this thing in my head that because everything's going to be okay. And at the time, even then, Haley's 5 years old. She's going to kindergarten, and his father will not keep him, and he's autistic. So even at 20 years old, he can't be left alone. So
So
his
I have a
father
question
makes me
here.
watch him. Go ahead.
I have a question for you. So here, so you're protecting these divided states. So you're protecting abusers. This is what he said. You're made multiple racist remark, and you're running for office. Sounds like
Did
a
I say something
true
racist?
politician.
No, you didn't. You didn't. And I would
Yeah.
just, Rosebud, seriously, I wouldn't even. I hear your story and what you're saying, and I think that I would just leave it.
No, Divided States is a hater. He hates me. He wouldn't even tell me why he kicked me off his server. So he doesn't have any leg to stand on in here. He actually told me he was his friend. Him and his friends wouldn't even tell me why they hated me. Wouldn't even tell me what I did wrong. Kicked me off the server. Remember that one time where I put that video that I was crying? That's him and them. Oh, you go ahead.
Well,
You go ahead there. You share what you want.
my son is calling because I have to go pick him up. But let me tell you
Yeah,
something.
go
Be
get your son,
strong.
honey. It's okay. It's
Be
okay.
strong. Be strong. You know, just talk to the people to understand you. If they give you judgment and they don't try to understand you, just live the life. Your peace of mind, that's what it really matters. And peace and love
I
to
know.
all.
Yeah,
I love you, dear. Thank you.
if they're coming at you with hate, it's because they're not interested in understanding. So that literally, there's no sense. And I mean, just kick them out, block them, whatever. It's you don't. There's no reason for you to sit up there and allow the abuse to hurt you, because that's not where your strengths are. And so don't let them. You really like. You need to learn to give zero fucks.
Oh, when I get off of here, see, they don't realize when I get upset on here and when I leave and I'm not upset anymore, the strength comes back twice as hard.
Right. So that's just it.
That's why I can sit in that live with all that hate. I can actually sit in there without running. Most people run. I can actually sit in there and listen to that.
There's a difference between running and not accepting other people's hate. That they don't fucking know you. They don't know you to hate you.
I know.
So you got to just like.
And you know what? That's not the hate that bothers me. It's when they pretend to be your friend and then they hate you. That's the one that gets you.
Well,
that's the one that kills you.
Let it go. There's no reason to accept it at all. Like, I mean, I've gone into live, people start attacking me, and I just hit that little X, and I'm like, well, fuck you. It's the fuck you button. Fuck you. Not doing that anymore. I just don't do it. And there's no reason.
And I have enough friends on here now. It's going to get to the point once I kick off my campaign, I'm going to go private. So the only ones that are going to be able to see and talk to me are friends.
Don't even worry about it. Let it go. Some people are, not everyone in the world is going to like you. And you know what? I'm totally good with that. I don't want everyone to like me.
And the thing is they go, you don't have a tough enough skin. And I say, no, that's a difference. I said, I've lost political races before. I have no problem with losing a political race. It's when you pretend to be my friend or you pretend to want to be close to me to have a discussion, and then you stab me in the back.
Well,
because I'm not a pretending little cunt.
There's too many.
I tell you exactly where I am from the get-go.
when you come on lives like this, you literally open. That's why I've never done my own live, because I don't want to make myself that vulnerable to people and hate. Like, I don't need that shit. I'm
But Brandy, you know what though? What does that tell us about them?
you know what, I'll tell you what it tells
Out
me
of
about them.
all that,
I'll tell you what it tells me about them. It tells me that I don't have to like everybody either. That's what it tells me about them. You don't have to. You don't have to like these people. You don't have to allow yourself to be abused simply because you think that you can take it and that makes you stronger. That is not what is making you stronger. As a
and
woman, but hear me out. Hear me out.
the thing is though, is that when go ahead, go
As a
ahead.
woman, being able to take abuse is not admirable. You don't need to take abuse. You need to, what the shit, and I don't even know your whole story. I've heard little bits of here and there. No one knows my whole story, but I got a shit story that people would be like, what? You? Yeah, me. Yeah, I got a big old story. But I'm not ready to open myself up for people to come in with me with like any kind of hate or judgment or anything like that. But it doesn't
The thing is though,
stronger.
like I said though, Brandy, I don't do it for me. When I come out and say something, I don't do it for me.
It's not
I
a
do it because there's someone out there with the same story.
I am
There's someone out there, when you put something out on the internet, it's out there forever. And somebody somewhere has the same exact story and the same exact pain. They have 2 children that are at crosshairs and they're hurting.
right.
Somebody else has the same story and people are hurting them too.
Yeah, no, I understand. I understand why you want to reach.
That's why I do it.
So, and that's fine, and keep talking about it. But the people that are down here in the comments and that come on that are hateful, block them, mute them, get your mods all over them. Because if you want to get your point out, because your point and what you're wanting to get across has been overtaken and overshadowed by people that are hating. So,
And what I'm saying though is the people that know, like I said, the other person that was in here that I said hated me and blocked me on their server and wouldn't tell me why they wouldn't talk to me anymore, their whole group is in here. They know who they are. I don't have to mention them. I don't have to mention their name, call them out like a 5-year-old.
And I don't even know who they are. But listen, just block those people, mute those people, whatever you have to do. If you want to come on and you want to make a point on something, get on and make your point. But don't let other people stand in your way of making your point or trying to reach out to that person that you want to reach. You can't. Taking the abuse from other people is not a sign of like courage or strength. Yes, as women and people, like we all have to take hurt and we all have to take hate on some level at some point in our life. But to take abuse and let that abuse overtake your goal and having a life initially doesn't make any sense. You're better than that. That's all I'm saying. And now I'm going to take a bow and I'm going to go out.
It's okay. Let's try. It doesn't take a lot to make me cry. So don't worry about it.
Oh, believe me, I get it. But you hang in there. I've got your back whenever I can.
I will, Brandy. If George is on tonight, I'll probably be on there. So
okay. You got it. You take care. Hang in there.
All right, hon.
Bye-bye.
Take care. Have a good one. Bye. So, yeah. Well, I did tell most of it about my son growing up and me keeping it all, telling it all, I didn't hide anything. Parents, we don't know everything. And I didn't know anything about what I had to do. I just kept telling it and telling people what was going on. And every time I turned around, another incident came up, and it was with peers, with him and other peers. And it wasn't, and then at this point with him and other teenagers, it was consensual. What am I going to do with
a 15-year-old and another 15-year-old. And what am I going to do with something consensual with two underage kids? Other than report it to parents and mental health like I was reporting it. So, and then when he turned, and then the incident that ended up putting him in prison, when he got older, and I had my daughter in 2005, and he was older, and he was, let's see, she was in 2005, they're 17 years apart, so he was 21. And I had alarms on the doors, and I thought I had it all connected. And he wasn't even supposed to be there because his father was supposed to come and get him before she got off the bus. He wasn't even supposed to be there. And both him and her asked if they could play the PlayStation game in her room. And I told them to keep the door open. And I was in the other room. And I thought with the alarms on the doors and the door open and the Sonic game in the background that everything would be okay.
I don't
And
want to
then we
interrupt
walked
you,
in the
but
room and it wasn't. Go
I
ahead.
wanted to address this is the second time that I've seen this comment come up, and it's really pissing me off. I'm going to be honest, because I was actually a kid that went through sexual abuse from my father, and it definitely made me
I'm sorry you
act
had to go through that.
differently. It does not bug me. I'm just saying it definitely made me act differently. So yeah, kids
My
do get
cousin told me
curious.
when we were little girls too. It's bad.
And Maylene, and to the other person named Bobby, it's ridiculous that you comment kids don't have a reaction like that and kids don't get curious. Here's what I did. My dad told me that that was playtime. And when I had a male friend over, I was like, oh, it's playtime. And that's how I wanted to play, because that's how my dad taught me how to do things. That is basically curiosity in an aspect of it. So kids do get curious, yes.
I don't condone behavior. The only thing that I was complaining about was the abuse while he was incarcerated. He deserved the time. He did what he did. And I told him a long time ago if it was ever between him and his sister, he was going to jail because I would never let anything happen to his sister without consequences. But at the same time, I don't condone my autistic son being raped. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's not okay.
But I just wanted to share that for the people
So
who want to act like kids don't have experiences that alter their raising, because it definitely does, because that's how I actually tried to play with a younger boy. And we're talking, I was 5 years old when that happened, and I went to counseling and I learned that that is not okay. But the point is, people who are on the spectrum might not be able to learn something like that, and I understand where your
they
aspect is on
told
that.
me they told me because after that incident, we threw him out of the house and forced him to go back down to his grandmother's and his father's house. And he was never back allowed at the house again. But I called CYS because I knew as her mom, as soon as I seen that, I said, I have to get her counseling. I'm her mom. That's my job. I can't let that go. And that's how he went to jail. I didn't call jail on my son. I didn't know how I was going to do it, but until you have your own kids and you got to call
Let me know how that works out for you. But yeah, I called to get her counseling, and I had to. They made me report who did it. And then and then here's the kicker. After I reported it, the cops went over to his grandmother's house to arrest him, and she hid him. She hid him. She hid him. A 21-year-old autistic. She took him to a local motel and put him in that hotel for a week. She made an autistic a wanted individual because she hid him. That day. That's how long I knew it was going on. And I saw it. He got tossed out of the house. That day. I mean, I knew he had a history, but that day I saw he did that to Haley. He got thrown out of the house. What the fuck? It's not about it's about making sure my kid was okay. No, I kicked him out and took him back to his father. The other person that was responsible for him because he was an autistic. Where he was living. Who else was watching him? What do you think calling CYS to get my daughter counseling was? Did you hear the part where I said there were alarms on the doors? The door was wide open. I could hear the TV in the background. I thought everything was okay. It's a one floor apartment with 2 bedrooms. It wasn't like we were like more than 10 feet away. It wasn't like I just went down the street for fucking groceries. Okay? Okay, so as his mother, and I repeat, they were supposed to come get him before she got off the bus for school, as I repeated before. And again, I did report it. How many times are you guys not listening? I'm sorry, you're not listening because you're not really listening to the story. You're actually in your feels about what you think the story's about instead of actually listening. It was. But you know what? The fact that I have to deal with all this and be a mom, that's not too much, right? The system is completely broken. Well, Stacy, why don't you come up in the box and ask me some questions then? No, I didn't call the cops. I called the counselor to get her counseling. She was my number 1 priority. When I called them on the phone, they said, you must tell us right now who did it. On the spot, they forced me to tell them. No, they're not listening. They want it to be all peachy keen. They want us to blame it all on the perpetrator and say that the system is perfect because if their kid, they want the system to be perfect. They want to be able to count on the system.
Sorry, I had a phone call.
Yeah, they want to count on a system because they think that if somebody hurt their child, they could count on a system. That's why they don't want to blame the system. They want to be able to say, oh, well, if something happened to my kid, that wouldn't happen because the system, because I'm better, because I know better.
You fucking don't. My
So
kids are 17 years apart. My son was autistic, and he was abused over time. There was this shit that you don't understand. They told me later that his love map was broken, that I did not see it clearly because I was his mother.
So you know what
Oh,
happened
now you
between
want
us.
to talk to me now?
I'm not here to argue with you. You know what happened between us. I am here.
No, I
simply-
don't really,
I'm
because
here.
I didn't get the decency of anybody telling me shit.
I'm here simply to ask you to stop using autism as an excuse. As a fellow autist,
No, you don't
stop
get to
using that as
talk
an
to me and be
excuse.
respectful to me after you wouldn't even tell me why the fuck you had me kicked off a server and all this other shit. You don't get to treat me like a human being now. Fuck that shit.
I mean, I could just report your life for ableism if you want to keep using
Well, you
autism as
can
an
fucking go
excuse.
ahead and report me for shit, because that don't scare me either. I got 7 other accounts. I can go ahead and
And I
report
could
your shit
report
for
you for
harassment
bullying.
too. After you turn around and fucking block me on Discord and report and whatever. You didn't even give me the decency of treating me like a human and telling me what fucking problem you had with me.
Can I actually chime in for a second with her, because I
The
wanted to
pro-
explain something to her.
First
No,
of all,
please.
Meeks.
Oh no.
Excuse me.
First
Her
of all,
and 3
Meeks,
of her
it
other
is.
friends decided that I did
First of
something
all,
I didn't
Meeks,
even
it's
know what the
them.
fuck
So
I
if you're
did.
going to
And then
address me,
after
it's
I
them.
stood for you, stood by you, left the server for you, stood beside you over some damn stupid shit about some speaker on another server who wasn't even going to be speaking, but because you were right, I stood by you. I stood as your friend, and you stabbed me in the back, and you dare come in here and tell me that
This
you're going to
person
throw
wants me to
judgment on
refer
me
them as
about
a
my
them when they're
autistic son.
one
The
person. They're
fuck
not
you are.
multiple.
You will not come in here. You can either leave,
Okay, they are
report,
an
do
it.
whatever the fuck you want.
Okay, Meeks. So now I'll be reporting you for transphobia. Because I
Oh,
just
that's
told you it's
fine. I
them.
don't really care. I have like multiple accounts, and you can just report you on all of my accounts, and have my fiance report you on his account as well, and have all
That's
my
okay,
friends
because I'm
report you.
Mary right here, we
screen
were on
recording
Discord,
this.
and there was
I'm
an
also screen
argument
recording
about
this, and TikTok now knows
somebody
you're
that
trying to evade
was
a ban.
misogynistic
So,
And you
and
can't.
an abuser going on another live
You cannot force
on
people with
another
your
Discord,
beliefs.
and I stood by this woman. I stood by her.
Rose, it's just like you
I
to have a
told
bigot
them
in your
that.
box. It's just like you to have a bigot in your box.
Well, just hold on, Meeks. Just don't say anything like that. Just
Ooh.
be quiet, Meeks.
How's
I don't
having
want to
a
start
bigot in your
anything like
box?
that.
Okay,
I don't.
Since I'm screen recording this, how's
Stop.
having a bigot in your box going to look to your campaign?
Mary, stop.
How's that video of you being racist going to look to your campaign?
You go ahead and post that too. You know
It's already
I don't
posted.
hide shit.
It's already
go
posted.
ahead.
And you
Go
literally said
ahead.
they're going to cage all the white women and pow you fuckers down.
I
was your
didn't say
exact
that
words.
either, but you go
Yes,
ahead
you
and
did.
believe what you want to believe. No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. I can
You guys
play
are
the
going to try to
video.
spin that however you want to
I can
spin
play
that.
the video.
You go ahead and keep doing it. You didn't even have the guts to tell me why you wanted to block me and have your friend kick me off a server. Then you're going to come in here and try to be in my face? No freaking not. I'm not even going to buy
also,
it. Shit.
I am
I
screen
stand up
recording
for
this,
people, and I stand up for the movement every freaking day.
How does
You're
having
not
a
going to
bigot
come in
in
here
your
and try to
box?
give me that bullshit.
How is having a bigot in your box going to look to your campaign? Because
I just told her not to say that shit. You're the one that has a problem with somebody else in my live after you came in here and accused me of being an ableist. You're the one throwing shit around. You're the one accusing people of shit. I told her to be quiet, and you came in here and jumped all over my shit after you wouldn't even give me the damn grace and courtesy of telling me after I defended you as a friend that you turned around and stabbed me in the back, had people kick me out of a server when I even asked questions. So yes, we're not going to go there. We're not going to open up the Pandora's box and say we're only going to take out a little bit. We're going to open the
I'm your
whole
constituent.
thing.
I'm your constituent. I would be in your district. So what if I go to the Pennsylvania board and show them a video of you having a bigot in your box? How is that going to look on your campaign? Because I am in your district.
I don't take threats lightly. Go ahead. Let the chips fall there they may. You know me better. I don't take threats. I don't take threats, and I don't take kindly to someone trying to blackmail my ass. You think I'm scared of you or anybody else? I'll go right up to that board and have a chat and tell them exactly where I stand. And I'll make a copy of this and a copy of every other live I made.
And when
I
they
stand
have a
exactly where
video,
I
and
stand.
when they have a video of this with you having a bigot in your box who didn't say anything about them being a bigot
You
until
came in here and mentioned bigotry. Nobody ever said anything about bigotry. Nobody ever said anything
they
bigoted
were
until
being
you came in here.
transphobic and you didn't
So
stop them.
you are the aggressor. You are the one that started some shit.
They were
You are
being
the one that started
transphobic
a
and
whole
you
bunch
didn't
of shit
stop.
in here.
They were
We were
being
having a discussion
transphobic
until
and
you came in here, accused me of being an ableist, and accused other people of shit. You were the one that started shit. Nobody else.
they were being
And then
they were
you
being
come in here and start
transphobic
shit,
and
but
you
you
didn't
didn't
stop
even have
them.
the God-given decency to tell me the problem that you had with me. So don't sit in here and come in here and accuse
Lady,
me
you
of a
are
whole
old
bunch
enough
of
to be
shit
my
when you
mother.
don't
Get
even have
over
any
it.
balls to tell me why you didn't even tell me that I wasn't even good enough to be your friend anymore.
You're old enough to be my mother. Get over it.
You need to get over it.
You're the one who had a bigot in your box. You didn't drop her when she was being transphobic, and you heard it.
No, you're the one that's being an instigator and starting shit. She didn't say anything
Do you
until you
not see
came in
her
the box and
comments?
started
Do you
shit.
not see her?
You are the one that started it. Blue, I would be happy to explain things if you want to come in. But I'm just not going to have people coming in here and accusing me of shit and trying to threaten me. It's not going to happen. And Meeks, I'm going to let you back in here, but you're not going to say anything anti-trans in here. I'm just not going to deal with it either.
I'm glad you took her
No,
down.
I actually
Them down. I'm glad you
I
took them
All
actually
down.
right.
looked up the term
Tone it
bigot.
down. Tone it down, everybody. Tone it down.
I actually looked up the term bigot, and she's actually the pure definition of it because she was trying to force her beliefs on me as soon as she came in by forcing me to call her them when she's not a plural of a plural person.
I'm not going to get into this trans argument. Okay.
It's okay.
She
I've
deserves
screen
she
recorded her,
deserves
and
to
I
be
will be
called whatever
definitely
she wants to
calling
be
her out.
called. Okay. She deserves to be called. That's her identity. She gets to be called whatever she wants to be called. And we're not going to throw
I
names around.
identify as an it now. Then from now
Stop
on,
it, Meeks. Meeks.
Rose, I
I
think you should
identify as that.
block them
I can
for now.
identify as that.
I think you should block them for now. The Mary lady or Mary person.
I blocked Mary. I kicked her out.
Okay,
She's
okay.
gone.
That way because it got a little bit heated and they are part of a huge LGBT community and I don't want them coming after you. So
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not phobic, but I just don't let people attack other people for no reason. When Meek said something inappropriate, I said something to her. I told her not to say that, and I told her if she said something else transphobic, she would get kicked out. And I just corrected her on that. And if she continues, she will be removed. I made no bones about it. Did I?
No, I mean I can identify what I want to identify as though moving forwards, since this is how the world's going to be.
Meeks,
Okay, Minx,
don't give
you
me
really
no
need to
shit.
stop
Me and
because
you
a
were
lot of
getting
it has to do
along
with
until you
respect.
got an attitude about the trans community. We're not going to do this. Don't take out
I
your
mean,
attitude on somebody
Minx,
personally on the community. We're not going to do this. Period.
So, Minx, the thing is, it's about respect, right? We identify people by how they want to identify because being trans, it's real and it's been proven by science. And it's like with me being indigenous and my tribe, we have what's called two-spirit. It's someone who is both feminine and masculine. They have both spirits. So it's something that existed before colonization. A lot of it has to do with respect. right?
All right. So I don't put up with any kind of discrimination, whether it's against the LGBTQ community, whether it's against the BIPOC community, against misogyny, nothing. And I make that very clear. In all of my lives, I'm very pro human rights. I don't even let men come in here and get dragged if they're being dragged for no reason. So, I mean, that's a real quick reason to get tossed out of my life. Go ahead, Turtle. I think I froze. Turtle, did
For the
you freeze?
comment.
Go ahead.
Am I good now?
Yeah, you're good now. We got everything established. We know what we're talking about. So we laid the ground rules. That's it. If you want to have a question about what's respectable, you can ask. We can have a conversation, but we're not going to call names and we're not going to be rude.
Can I just quickly explain for the comments what my tattoos represent?
You sure can.
So, Gway Ninda Lawisi Muskanmok Mikchich. Hi, my name is Blue Turtle. I live in the Guestbook district of Mi'kmaq, the unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq people. So I live in Nova Scotia, Canada. Is one of the many variations of the double curve, which is a Mi'kmaq design, but also used throughout different tribes. It represents plants and our medicines. This represents water because I'm a water protector. This represents time being continuous. This represents being a woman and 2 big accomplishments in my life. So yes, I do have tattoos on my face. They are traditional Mi'kmaq tattoos. And if you have a problem with that, that's just something that you're going to have to accept.
For the comment, I do respect people with disabilities. I happen to be on disability myself, and I have several disabilities. So I do respect people with disabilities. And step on the ball. Be careful with your comments. We're not going to be disrespectful in here. I put up with a lot more when I'm the only one in the live. When I have people in here that I respect and are my friends, I don't put up with it so much. Yes, and I double down on what Rolling said. Thank you for explaining that, Blue Turtle. Now, does anybody want to ask any questions that they had before?
I've already heard everything since you started the live. I just didn't want a whole new storm coming your way, so I was trying to get up here before things got worse. But you took care of it before I could get up here. So.
I don't have a problem with haters, as long as we know they're haters. Life is not cut and dry. We don't get to pick and choose whether or not we have an easy life. And I do have a lot of friends in this live, so I'm not really worried. So, I mean, yes, I have 2 children very much at odds. They're 17 years apart. And yes, they've both been assaulted by adults. And one is guilty of assaulting the other one and has been doing time for that assault. They are paying their debt to society for doing that. And I never thought that they shouldn't. With that being said, I still love both of my children. My daughter is now 17 and a half. She will be graduating high school this year. And she's been in and out of therapy her whole life. So she has adapted. and she's still in therapy, and she's doing pretty good. I wish it didn't happen, but I think that she's a strong, beautiful woman that she's becoming, and she's going to go to college, and she is smart and wonderful and brilliant, and she is part of Gen Z who is going to change this freaking messed up world. And if you think I wouldn't give everything in my life to take back what happened, you don't know me. So you can judge all you want. Just make sure you know what you're judging. I don't judge people. And that philosophy has done me well, because usually I don't regret not judging people. And you know what? People think they can think what they want to think about me. If you want to think I'm a racist, if you want to think I'm a hater, if you want to think something, you think I'm an ableist, that's like kind of calling, well, you know what? I'm not even going to go there. You know, I joke around with my friends, you know, I could fly off the handle and hurt somebody and actually not even do any time over it, because I actually have the paperwork to prove I'm kind of crazy. But, you know, as just joking around. But technically, there's a little bit of truth to that. Another good friend coming up.
Hi. I came in. I missed what you were saying, so I don't want you to repeat it. But I want to give you some hugs. It takes a lot to open up, you know? It takes a lot to open up and share.
No, I was in Phys 8's live earlier, and I guess sometimes I misjudge when people say they want to have an open conversation.
Sure.
And they don't really want to have the open conversation. They really just want to open everybody up for judgment.
Yeah.
And my son had a history of touching other children his age and other ages while he was growing up. But yes, when he was a child, yes. Mm-hmm. That was what happened with my daughter. Was the first time that anything happened when he was an adult. So, but there were many times when he was a child. But the way the system worked, they didn't look at it as a child, or they didn't look at it as a criminal thing. They never did. They said, well, a child and a child, that's a curiosity thing. That's not a it's not a criminal thing. Okay. It was always in the mental health system, right? They always said, well, if a 10-year-old and an 8-year-old are touching each other, or if a 4-year-old and a 6-year-old, or even a 3-year-old and a 3-year-old or whatever, they would always say, oh, they're just curious. They're just looking at things. They're just wondering. They're just, exploring. And it didn't matter how many times I would tell them what was going on, I knew there was something wrong. I would tell them, yeah, the boy doesn't understand. The boy is touching other kids. And I mean, it wasn't like it was it was never like an unwarranted thing. Like, you didn't walk in the room and one was holding another down or anything like that. It was just two kids, right? Right. Of course she's back, because she wants to report me. If you catch her, block her. Okay. If she's back, block her, because she's just going to come in here and report me. That's all she wants to do. So if you catch Mary, block her.
You can make me a mod
Um,
if you
I don't know if
absolutely.
yeah, let me see.
I like to play Whack-A-Troll.
Oh, I got to
And
get
I
rid of
wanted
one of
to
my
let you
other
know I'm
mods.
sorry. I'm sorry about being mean. I was trying to share one thing with her about a situation with my mom and how my mom can't mentally comprehend right from wrong. And she is on the spectrum. So being on the
Yeah,
spectrum does affect people. And it affects their mental inability to understand and comprehend things.
if you need to find me, I just put a new comment there at the bottom. I'm sorry, I didn't
Oh
mean to
no, I got
overtalk you.
you. I have to remove a mod to add you.
Gotcha.
TikTok and their little restrictions, right?
Yeah.
She's tagging me in the comments.
I'm tagging. You're talking about somebody else, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Did she tag you? Yeah, did you get her?
Yep. They just deleted her.
Yeah, because she'll report me. And she's got
They
another account
reported
too,
her.
something with the word duck in it. Yeah.
Well, because she doesn't want
Yeah.
me to call her she, and I had an issue because as soon as I
I
tried to speak
you
to
know
her,
what? I should not, and now let me correct myself. I should have called her they. I should have said they, because that is her proper pronoun. And so it is my fault for not using the proper pronoun. But they make me angry and I forget.
and
Is it somebody?
I
Oh
didn't
no,
know. Like I personally
Rio,
didn't
don't
know
come
that.
in here because you're part of her crew too, Rio. I didn't have anything wrong with you until you jumped on her side and just deleted me for no reason. Okay.
Okay. I muted that person, so I'm new to modding for you, so I want to know what your rules are.
No, you go ahead and do what you need to do. That's Rio's backup anyway, so she must have been in here on a main account saying something, or she wouldn't have had to come in on her backup.
Okay.
But I mean, it was divided states, it was Mary, it was Rio, and there was I think Spooky maybe. I don't know, but she unfriended me. I don't know if she's in the group or not. But all of them, it was like all of a sudden after I stood by Mary, I mean, it was a whole that Andrew Tate guy. Somebody was in another Discord server, and they were arguing that they wanted Andrew Tate to be able to come in the server, and they were saying no, we don't want they don't want Mary was going, you know, there's so many people here that have SA in their past, and and Andrew Tate's very triggering, we don't want him in here. I felt she had a valid point. I stood by her, and I stood beside her and support them. Her pronouns are them. I stood beside them, supported them, and said I was going to stand by them. And when they left the server, I followed and left the server because I thought they had a valid point. As a friend, that's what you do. You stand by your friend and support them, especially when they are right. Okay? And so when they were right and they left, I left the server too. And so we were on divided server, and I was like, you know, that was wild. I'm sorry that happened to you. And then everything kind of died down. 3 hours later, I come back to the server. Nobody will talk to me. Nobody wants anything to do with me, and nobody wants to even say anything to me or be my friend and or anything. And I'm like, what the hell did I do? I just got done defending you and leaving an entire server for you. And what the heck? And I'm like, I don't get it.
Mm.
And then I was on divided server and I'm like, what's going on? What did I do? I have no idea. Somebody tell me what's wrong. And they booted me out of the server for asking questions. So you know what? You wouldn't even give me the decency to tell me what I did wrong, that you ostracized me. And then you're going to come in here in my live. Hi, Squirrel. You're going to come into my live and then try to tell me that I'm being ableist. And I actually am disabled. I have borderline personality disorder, depression, anxiety, OCD, GAD. I mean, there's probably 2 other ones I can't think of off the top of my head. I have an eating disorder. You know, I have social problems. I mean, I have all kinds of issues. I freaking actually get a check if I'm not working. Okay. So I mean, don't come in here and tell me that I'm ableist. You're ageist. You just said something to me about being older than your mother, I recall, she said when she was in here. So the fact that
actually discriminatory.
there she is again, the cute Envy, there she is again, block her.
Okay. Someone just
Yeah,
how many accounts does she have?
Again, I don't know, but I know most of them because they used to be my friend. That's what you get for burning your bridges.
Right.
All right. Have a good one. Get bet. Whatever.
VW fans.
But so I mean, I'm like, go ahead.
I think that's what it means. I actually have a quick question. VW fans. Does that
Sorry,
stand for Volkswagen?
I keep calling them a she. It's because I'm wrapped up in my emotions and I'm not thinking clearly. So I apologize for misgendering them.
Well, you know, you're only human, and you are going to, you know, make a mistake, and it's not on purpose. And you know, I'm 51, so and I'm learning a lot of things on this app as far as how people how they like to be called. And I know I'm going to make a mistake because I'm not used to that. Like when I was growing up and going through high school and going through college and starting my family and starting my career,
and the thing was, they didn't let me share the whole story on the other live, and then they're upset because I came in here, right? Well, if you don't let me share the whole story on your live, and then I come into my own live, and you're going to be all bent and all kinds of up in your feels because I'm in my live.
Right. I mean, I try to be respectful if I know, but if I don't, I hope people don't go after me if I, you know.
Right. But anyway. and that's why me and Minx are friends, because even though we don't agree on everything, we can have a conversation and grow together as individuals. There's nothing wrong with that. If Meeks is in here and she can listen to me and be respectful, whether or not we agree on everything, we can still have discussions.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, even though we make mistakes, even though we get in our feels, you know, it's just nobody here is without wrong or error. I mean, nobody. There's nobody on this stinking planet that hasn't screwed up at some point.
Exactly.
No.
We're all human. I mean, and I'm sorry,
and
but
it
that's
just
why we're here.
the epitome of selfishness and high hypocrisy to think that you can sit on some kind of a tall hill and be better than everybody else and judge everyone else.
I just make a rule of just being kind with everybody, no matter what. You know,
and that's hard though when people are hateful, but when people are hateful, they're telling you exactly who they are.
I mean, and I'm going to be kind to them. If they're hateful or vengeful or spiteful or whatever towards me, well, I know that I was kind. And that's at the end of the day, that's all that matters. You know, that's what matters.
And the thing is
You're
that they
doing your
go,
best
oh, well, we're
every
going to
day.
report that whenever you run for office. There is nothing I say on this app that I won't back up in person. You want to play something on a video or you want to play something, I will tell you about that in person on a damn pedestal and explain that shit just like I do here. When Turtle asked me about that video, I explained it. When Bring Facts asked me about that video, I explained it. When somebody asked me about it and I had a discussion about it and we talked about it, it ended up getting dropped because it was a mistake on my part. I was out of line and I apologized. And everybody else that was human accepted that. But if you're a hater and a troll and you're going to hold somebody's mistakes over their head for the rest of your life, go ahead and do that. So, I mean, no, TikTok is an app. It's a social media app, just like Facebook, just like Twitter, just like any other app. And it's going to have all the pitfalls and all the repercussions and all the negatives and all the positives of a social media app, just like any other. I don't come on here expecting love from all sections. I don't come on here expecting hate from all sections. When I share something on here, it's either to get a message out or to share something so somebody else knows they're not alone.
But let me add one thing. You should expect respect. Everybody should respect.
Well, we don't get respect in public nowadays. So why should we expect respect on an app?
I understand, but this is your life.
And we have word warriors that hide behind their words every day.
I know. But I mean, you're a kind person and you're a good person. You got a good heart. And
we have, just like I said the other night, when I talk to other Christians and I say, are you ready for the same fate that Jesus had? And they all like, what? I'm like, because that's what Christians are supposed to expect. Tells us right in the Bible. Thank you.
Hey, Rose.
Appreciate comments. Hey, Frankie.
Hey, aloha. Hey, mates. So, Rose, I've been in here for a while. I'm the one that's been swatting everybody.
Oh, I know.
So you know me pretty well, and I know you pretty well. Hung out quite a few times. One person in the chat that I would like to address is Proud Transsexual. He seems to think that people who are transgender only surround themselves with people of their own kind, so that
where's Mary?
Kind of yes men, sort of.
Which account is Mary?
It says Mary is back. You're gonna have to tell us which one it is.
Yeah, I didn't see her. Hold on.
Darth Chidius? Is that her?
Yeah, Mary B.
No, Darth.
2.1.
Okay, no.
Darth is okay. Proud, do you want to come up?
Anime kitty cat.
Proud only has 2 followers.
Oh, okay. I've got a lot of friends in this room, so anybody that wants to get a little bit spicy is but Mary is in this room.
You know that I'm non-binary, male-leaning, pansexual, demisexual. And you know also that I hang out with everybody. I hang out with Democrats, Republicans. I have it's a little harder, but I do. I hang out with everybody. And as far as pronouns go, listen, there are those transgender people who are very hardcore and have their feet in the cement when it comes to their pronouns. Mary
Yeah,
seems
she's
to be
gone.
one
I
of them.
booted her. I can't trust her. I can't trust her
So
not to report somebody in here. So
I'm
she's
not one
gone.
of those people, right? If you ask me what my
Hmm.
preferred pronouns are, and that's why they say preferred. What are your preferred pronouns? My preferred pronouns, if I had my choice, if I could just choose it and that be it forever, would be they, them.
I have to restart my app real fast.
But
Go ahead.
it doesn't bother me for people to call me she, her. It doesn't bother me for people to call me he. It just doesn't bother me. I would never start jumping on somebody like she did with Minx and just like demanding. That's to me, that's crazy. If you're comfortable calling me she, then call me she, right? I get it. This is hard for a lot of people. I don't need for other people to understand me being non-binary. I don't need them to understand me being male leaning and at the same time having 3 children and 4 grandchildren. I don't need people to understand that. What I do ask is that just as a person, we have mutual respect. That's all. Because I'll respect you as long as you respect me. But I'm not going to demand that someone call me something they're not comfortable with. I don't care because it doesn't bother me. I
Yeah.
I
And
I
I
get that it
completely
does
agree with
bother
you,
some
Frankie.
people.
I shouldn't
Sorry, go
assume
ahead.
in today's world. I shouldn't assume in today's world, and I'm sorry about that. But if them would have asked me politely to address them, but it was a hostile asking because she was already upset with Rosebud about
Hmm.
whatever's going on there. So she took her anger out on me, which is where I did not react kindly. And I will admit that I did not react kindly because I'm not going to condone someone treating me like trash just because they're upset about another situation.
So there's a difference between acknowledging things are very different and confusing and not understanding and needing some help with acclimating and turning around and saying, I don't like the whole damn thing. I want to go back to 50 years ago. Right? So there's a difference. Okay. And words have meaning.
Yes.
Just like I don't go for this fuck your feelings bullshit. I don't. Every single person on this planet has feelings. If you want somebody else to respect your feelings and how you feel, then you expect to respect other people's feelings.
Absolutely.
That's how it goes. I don't care if this idea that way back in the day, if you had a feud with someone, you took it to the back of the school and you had it out and you fist fought and then you got done and you walked away. Not everybody had that opportunity. Not everybody could just fist duke it out and turn around and walk away. Some kids couldn't fight. And if they tried to fight, they got their ass kicked. That was the way it was. Some of us couldn't fight. And some of us didn't have the chance to fight. And some of us didn't have the strength to fight. And some of us were scared to fight. And some of us didn't have a sibling to teach us how to fight. And some of us didn't have anybody to stand with us to help us fight. And damn, I'm so tired of this survival of the fittest bullshit. We're not freaking chimpanzees.
Thank you.
If you're not strong, this idea that if one of us is not freaking strong, then too bad for you. Fuck you. No, that's not the world we freaking live in. I'm so freaking tired of hearing this. Oh, well, if you're in your feelings, that don't count. Fuck your feelings. And then when I say, what about world leaders? They have to come together and they have to honor each other's feelings so they don't piss off each other and ruin the lives of millions of people. And they go, oh, that's different. No, it's not different. You are just not putting it in the right freaking perspective. It's the same damn thing. Only instead of a million people, you're just dealing with a couple. It's the same freaking thing. You have to respect somebody's feelings. And when you burn that bridge, when you tell somebody you don't give a fuck about their feelings, you don't give them the courtesy, the damn God-given courtesy. I don't like you anymore. I don't care about you anymore. You said something that offended me, and I'm not going to talk to you anymore. You can't even give them the damn courtesy of a text. Then fuck you. Burn that damn bridge and don't come back to me asking for no damn sympathy.
Amen.
To
Apparently,
fuck with that shit.
your little kitten isn't listening very well, because I know that I just said that the pronoun thing doesn't bother me, but I get that there are a lot of people that it does bother, and she's not understanding that I made that comment specifically.
She's probably a friend of Mary's. And she can come in here and she can talk and she can have a discussion with me. But she's not going to come in here and tell me I'm wrong about what I just said.
Yeah, I don't know who Mary is either.
I am in my feels about that shit. Mary and Divided States and several other people decided that I was not even good enough. I'm sorry, she and Divided States and several other people decided I was not even freaking good enough to send a text and say, I don't want nothing to do with you anymore. You said something that was beyond it. Oh yeah, Divided States kicked me out of his server without even the decency of telling me why. Yep, Divided, Mary, Rio was in it. She unfriended me, and Spooky. All of them, just out of the blue. Friends of mine unfriended me. Took when I asked Divided States on his server, all I was doing was asking questions. Boop, popped me right off the server. Spooky just unfriended me. I don't know why. I'm assuming that's why. The same thing with Rio. They won't talk to me. But Divided and Mary, and Mary especially, because I went to bat for her about an argument against that misogynist. What the hell's his name?
Andrew Tate? No.
Andrew Tate. That argument about Andrew Tate on another server. I think it was Johnny or somebody wanted to interview Andrew Tate on that server. And when and Mary and several other women on that server were like, no, we have a history of SA. We're not comfortable with him being in the server. And I stood by Mary and I had her back. I was like, I got you, because I don't want him there either. There were like half a dozen women were like, this is not flying. We'll leave the server, blah, 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 blah. And I stood by her, had her back like a real friend. And then after that, she left that server. And I left that server with her, because I felt that if she left that server, I left that server with her, because I felt she had a valid point. I said, she has a valid point. It's not right. We'll leave the server. She left that server and I left with her.
Do you know this person
And then,
Hello from Down Under?
Yeah.
Yeah, they can get in the box if they have something to say, because I'm telling the story how I see it. If they see it a different way, they better get their ass in here and say something, because nobody ever stood up for me in that whole time.
I want to say something off the topic just so everybody here understands.
Well, get your ass in the box, Serenity. Come on in here and speak your piece.
I use all caps when I am in the chat, and if you guys would like to use all caps, that helps. I'm legally blind. So
that's fine. I don't care if she uses all caps. I'm saying, I'm calling her out, telling her that if she's going to say something other than what I can say, bring your ass up here and face me face to face about that shit. Don't sit here and call me a liar in the comments. I'm calling you out.
Right.
Serenity, you can get in the box or I can boot you. Take your choice.
No, I'm telling you how I saw it. If you saw it a different way, then you come up here and tell me how you saw it and tell me how I got it wrong. Because I seen it that way. I left that server after Mary did because I was like, Frankie and Aloha both got my back. I don't know what y'all talking about. There ain't nothing here in
Okay,
this nobody here in this
I'm gonna
panel that
count it
don't got my
down.
back.
5, you can get in the box. 4, 3, 2. All right, bye.
I'm like, and what happened was right after that, we left that server. We were in Divide server talking about how crazy that was. And then I left the server because I had another stuff in my life to do. I come back 3 hours later. I think I was taking a nap. I come back 3 hours later and I am chicken feed. Completely ostracized, lost friends, didn't have anything. I was like, well, what in the fuck? Yeah, that's what it was, Nick. Bye, Felicia. And I was like, look, if I do something wrong, dox me, if I do something wrong, tell me I did something wrong. I'll figure it out. If I didn't think I did and we have an outs, that's fine, but don't sit here and share stories and hours of conversation with me. Me and Divided and we have had conversations for hours before. I mean, hours on TikTok and everything, talked to each other. I mean, I've seen his daughter wave to her and everything. I mean, we've had conversations about serious personal stuff, and then you're going to turn around and not even give me the common, decent courtesy as a mutual friend to send me a message and say, you said something, you did something, you pissed me off, I don't want to talk to you. I mean, please tell me how that squares. And I'm not supposed to have feels about that. I'm not supposed to be upset about that. I mean, well, see, they know about that video because we had a chat about that video. That video is not new. That video has been going around TikTok since the end of July when it was recorded. That was one video recorded the end of July. And if you care or you actually have a brain in your head and you listen to that video, it's garbled, which means it's not a clear video. So why don't you bring your happy ass to my face? Oh, there's a video that said something because I was new to TikTok. I'll go ahead and tell the story right here, right now, since we're all going to go ahead and have it out about it. And the actual video is on my account because somebody shared it and I posted it. And I actually shared it and everything. And I actually made an apology video, which is also on my TikTok. But you know what? None of that matters because all that matters is what they think, right? Okay. Right. When democracy falls, they're going to come over, they're going to mow down the BIPOC people to use them as a crutch to make the white people listen. That's what I said. And on that video, it comes out completely different because it's garbled, and I was very upset when I said it. It was the birth dearth theory. It was right after I heard about that, and I didn't realize that BIPOC folks have their own spaces on here. All right? That is what I said. I was upset because I have BIPOC family. My daughter's Indigenous. Okay, I care about the community. The last thing I want is for anybody to get hurt. So I was extremely upset. And the way it came out, it sounded backwards. Hello, Shepherd. So, I mean, yeah, the video sounds fucked up. But you can ask, bring facts. Huh?
Did you take the video down? I don't.
They shared it. They thought that they were so awesome about people hating on me that they shared it with like dozens of friends.
Oh.
Like people have it in their phone. So like they share it amongst each other's, like I said it yesterday.
Mm.
So I mean, they did it to dox me, to try to scare me off TikTok. And Frankie will even tell you these people do this on purpose
Oh yeah, I've been through
because
it.
she knows.
Yeah.
Okay. They do it deliberately to hurt you, to make sure that you have no friends on TikTok, nobody to talk to. Okay. Right. They will have their day. And here's my thing. I've been bullied all my life from the time I can remember. You can't hurt me. There's nothing you can say. There are a few people very, very close to me, but you have to know some serious shit to hurt me. Okay. And if you would actually hurt me, you would send me into a psychological breakdown. But nobody knows me enough to be able to do that. Not on this app. Not anybody that doesn't know me intimately well. So you can't say anything to me on this app that is going to make me run out of a room, going to make me, I might cry, but people misinterpret my tears. Okay. So people think my tears are because you hurt my feelings, and maybe a little bit of it, but they're also frustration, anger, getting pissed off, and holding back a rage that would probably scare the shit out of anybody that could actually see it visually. So my tears should be a warning when I'm in a room with five other people in a box and I'm crying and not able to almost get speaking coherently. That should be a warning, because I don't forget my enemies. When people burn bridges with me, that goes in my mind in a little file cabinet somewhere. I don't have a problem with people that don't want to be my friend or don't like me or don't agree with me. But when you deliberately revenge against me, when you deliberately try to hurt me, when you deliberately try to hurt people I love, when people I support, I spend an extraordinary amount of time in my mind thinking about ways that I could legally or otherwise figure out, thank you, how I can remedy that. And you can take that for what you think it is. One of my friends gave me some very good internal advice about this app and who's been controlling all the reports and stuff. Guess what? I'm going to hold that Easter egg for a special day. And if I get to Washington, which a lot of people on this app think that they have some kind of power to prevent, which I almost find comical. But okay. Anyway, if I get to Washington, that Easter egg of information I now have, that could potentially, if I wanted to, cramp a lot of style on this app. But we're going to let that just ride out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, I'm going to do a lot of good, because to me, the people in Washington, they don't care about the people. And that's why everything's broken. People think the system is broken because it's a system. The system is broken because it's the people. I firmly believe that. You think because I have, 7 accounts? What? Oh, Shepard, you want to come up? If someone wants to come up, I got room.
No, he's talking about himself, I think.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. As soon as people started hating on me like that, I started making more accounts. I got over half a dozen now. And now I know how to buy followers if I need to go live. So I'm not even pressed.
I heard about that the other day and I just laughed about being able to buy followers. I'm sorry.
I know. Yeah, this app is full of bad people, and you know what? One of my lives said, bring receipts. I keep lots of receipts. So when people spew hate on me and I take a screenshot or I record it, why would I save that hate and report it to TikTok when they don't even do anything? Save that hate for when you can really show somebody what somebody really is. Because showing somebody who a hater is doesn't do any good to show it to other haters. If you want to show somebody what a hater is, you show them what a hater is in front of people that don't hate.
You have a question that
So-
they're asking you, are they hating on you or your ideology?
Both. Well, this time, before this live, I was explaining something personal, a personal story, and they were hating on me because they think that stories like that are cut and dry. And it was about that. And then I had people come in here personally attacking me. And the story started going in that direction for talking about things that they did to me as far as doxing me back in July. So it depends on what we're talking about. I often share my personal stories on here, and they try to call me a drama queen or a trauma queen, trauma dumping or whatever. But I share my stories because I know I'm not the only one with those stories. And so and I do this because when I would hear somebody tell their story and I related to that story, it made me feel like I'm not alone in the universe. I'm a very unique person. My physiology is unique. My story growing up is unique. Not too many people have been adopted twice and been in the foster care system, aged out, and lived as an adult. Mary's been back. Just let her go. She wants to troll. She's going to troll. She's going to report. If she reports me, everybody here just just look her up and just report her back. If I disappear, report her. That way you'll know that who did it. That way, if it happens, you know who did it. Just report her. You guys know who's been in here trying to get in here and say shit, so just report.
No, yeah, I've been reporting all of her accounts when I see them come in.
Thank you.
But anyway, she's obsessive because she thinks that she has a story that she wants to tell. But that's okay. Anyway, so I've been adopted twice. I was in the foster care system. I'm Rh negative and I can't take Rogam, which means every pregnancy I have is a death sentence unless I get medical care. There's just so many different things in my life that are different than other people. I got pregnant after I had a tubal ligation, and I was homeless at the time. You know, there's so many different things in my life that are different or unique to other people. And I just think that, that it's nice for other people to hear that somebody else went through the same thing.
May I ask why you were adopted twice?
My mother and my father, my biological parents, met on Parris Island during the Vietnam War.
Okay.
And my father was already married to somebody else with 5 daughters. And my mother fell in love, and she didn't know he was married until she told him she was pregnant. And so back then, if you were in the Marines or you were in the service, if you got pregnant, you had a general discharge. You did not get to stay in the military. Huh?
Okay. Dishonorable?
No, general discharge.
Oh, okay.
And so she was discharged. And because she was in the military, she really didn't have anywhere to go. So she went to go live with my grandparents. And back then in the 60s, being a single parent, not being married, was really hard. And so while she was trying to survive and have me and everything, and she was bouncing back and forth from her own place to back to her parents' own place, back to the parents. And evidently, I was kind of like the football back and forth for a while when I was wee little. And I was about 3 or 4 years old, and my grandparents put their foot down. And they said, either we're going to keep her this time or we're not going to take her at all. And so, no, I'm not the average bear. And so my grandparents adopted me. In fact, by the time the paperwork was final, I remember walking into the courthouse myself as a little girl. I am one of those unfortunate people that can remember almost my entire life, probably since I was about a toddler. And so my grandparents raised me until I was about 10. But I found out when I was about 6, that my grandma had colon cancer. And so I grew up with the knowledge that my grandmother was was real sick. And I don't really think that as kids we understand death. We know, grandma told me she was sick and she was eventually going to pass. Because as a child, you ask, are you going to die? How many? And well, eventually, she says. And so I knew. But it's not until you look back as an adult and you see the pictures and how sick she was and the yellow tint to her skin and everything, you realize. But up until I was 10, when she would get sick, I would help around the house and do the laundry here and there. But, we were in a little apartment with just me and her and Grandpa. We didn't really have a lot to clean. I was in school all day and it was just them. So, I mean, anyway, about 6 months to a year before she died, they decided to make plans for me. I didn't have a choice. It was around 1980, and still back then, kids really didn't have a say-so in anything. You did what your parents told you to. I wanted to go live with my cousins because my cousin was one of my best friends, and she had 4 siblings, and I was like, yes, I'm from going to an only child. I want to go live with my cousin and her siblings, But my aunt couldn't afford to take me. And for some reason, nobody ever called my natural biological mom and said, hey, you want your kid back? Which I found out why later, but, And so my uncle and my aunt, my grandma's mother's son, my uncle and his wife and their 3 boys, I was adopted there. And I moved from Pennsylvania to Ohio. And I went from a single child to a family with 3 brothers. And I was in the middle. And
it was family that adopted you?
Yes, twice. Okay. So my name stayed the same both times. And so it was open and everything. It's just that, I never had any contact with my biological father, and he never really tried after I was about a year old. So anyway, the move with my new family did not work out well. You can't have a child that is treated like love is her pillow of existence at home, and then put her in a household that doesn't know what love is.
Oh my goodness.
So to say that it was abusive, I mean, sure, but there was a disconnect from the time I got there because there was no unconditional love. Okay, Darth, thank you. So, my grandmother, I could say that she worshipped the ground I walked on. as far as how much she loved me as a child, right? She loved, I mean, I was so socially awkward. I used to be beaten and bruised and abused by children in school. I was a fat kid. I was a chubby kid. I wasn't really that big now that I look back on it, but the way people treated me, you know.
Hold on. Okay, they got him. Okay.
So, I mean, I would come home with gum in my hair and glue in my hair, with stuff on my clothes, writing on ink on my clothes, and just mud on my clothes from being pushed around, and I would end up with bruises on my body. And yeah, well, I expect that kind of respect from you, Rio. Nobody else wanted to respect me to give me that answer. But I will follow you back and get the answer if you want. I don't really want to talk to anybody else. They couldn't respect me enough before. Anyway. So anyway, my grandmother, I would come home from that. She would love me, bruises and beatings and all. Tell me about how those kids were stupid. Try to tell me to ignore them. Or sometimes say, oh, they just like you. That's why they pick on you. They like you. Back when I was a little girl, they used to put ink in our pigtails, you know.
That's what
They
people
just
used
like
to
you.
tell me. They like you. That's why they pick on you. I was like, oh God, no. Anyway.
And anyway, all that social abuse, I used to use food to cover it up.
Coach, you can message me. Hold on. It says we're friends. You can message me, Coach.
Anyway.
And by the way,
they
Frankie,
made me
I
so
followed
socially awkward.
Yeah.
They made me so socially awkward. By the time I had all the different problems in school, I must have changed schools about 12 times before I graduated. And every time I changed schools, somehow in the back of my mind, I thought that I would have more friends that time. I won't be picked on this time because it's a whole new school. Nobody knows me. I can have new friends this time. It's cool, you know. I can be friends, you know. Give me a second. Can I talk? Anyway.
I want to say you don't need
But yeah.
You don't need to keep talking about it if you don't want to. I just was curious.
No, the hardest part is over now. Yeah. I mean, like every time I would change schools, every time I would go to a new junior high or a new high school, I would be like, new chance to make new friends. I don't have to be the nerd. I don't have to be the one picked on. I don't have to be the one. By the time I was in high school, I wouldn't even talk to boys that would talk to me because I lost weight. I ended up with an eating disorder by the time I was in high school. So I was cute by the time I was in high school when I look back on it now. And I wouldn't give boys the time of day because I kept thinking of that Carrie movie in the back of my fucking head.
Right?
I was like, oh, to fuck no for all of y'all motherfuckers. I don't buy a shitload of none of y'all fuckers. I eat a bowl of Richards and the whole damn thing buy, you know? So, I mean, by the time I was in high school, I was like, oh, we're not playing no fucking pranks on me. Y'all can kiss my ass with that Carrie Pig's blood bullshit. I don't have no telekinesis, or I'd do the same damn thing to every one of y'all. I ain't even playing. I mean, this shit in the back of your head, right? So, I mean, I didn't meet anybody until my senior year. The year I lost my virginity. But anyway, and not to a white boy, by the way. Just for shits and grins to add in there.
It's cold.
But I mean,
Sorry.
huh?
It is cold here. It's cold here. We were
Oh, well,
65 yesterday, and now today yesterday we were at 57, and today we were at 30.
Oh,
I'm
Lord,
cold.
child, no thank you.
Sorry.
Today it was 92 when I went to get baby from school. 92.
Ooh.
Like,
Are you in
it's
Florida?
December. Me?
Yeah.
You gonna make me say it?
I thought
Okay.
I'm just recalling because I thought you were, but I was just double checking.
Yes, I'm in Florida. And it was 92 degrees where I was today. I was like, excuse me,
Oh,
this is
wow.
December. What the hell?
Is that really warm for your area at this time of year, or is that normal?
It will get cold. It'll finally get cold for just a couple of weeks, like the middle of January. It'll be cold for a couple of weeks.
And what's
That's about
cold?
it.
What's cold for you?
Like we'll have a couple of weeks where we'll have a few days in the 30s,
Oh, ugh.
but that's it.
Well, I guess I'm from Hawaii. That's why I have Aloha Girl as my. But my family, my dad said we need to move back to Chicago after he was done with the Marine Corps. So we're in Northern Illinois, and I
Oh,
curse him every time I get to winter because I hate it.
you
Anyway,
get all the snow.
Well, I've been telling Georgia that as soon as Florida starts to float away, we're going to be like anchoring it like to Georgia while we go down there and get all our friends out of Florida and bring them out of there before Florida like floats away. So we've been making plans, right? So no worries.
I'm gonna drop off your live. I have to start making dinner, but I'll check back
Oh, okay.
when we're done and see if you're still here.
Yeah.
You keep
Texana,
Okay.
I've got to
your
drop
chin
off
up.
too, and I don't want you up here by yourself. Can Texana come up? Because my husband just got home, so I've got to drop off too for a little while.
I want you to
No
keep your
problem.
chin up and do not let those people
I will.
bother you.
Yeah.
I'm getting better now. I'm getting the answer to my question now before, and I just messaged Rio back. I said, okay, here's your opportunity to tell me why I was unfriended by everybody before I unfriend you. So I'm going to hear why. Although all I want to do is hear why. I don't want any friend back that doesn't
Yeah.
care enough about me not to tell me why. So tell me why. So I know why I was so not worth it. That's all I want.
Right.
But no,
And
if you didn't
before we
care
drop
enough
off,
about me to give me the reason before, you're not a good friend in the first place. Okay,
right.
guys,
I want to
thank you
say,
for being here.
Frankie, I followed you. So if you'd like to follow me back,
Okay.
okay?
Absolutely. Yeah. Yes,
All right,
ma'am.
guys. I'll see you later.
Okay.
Bye.
Susan
I'll
said,
talk
"Oh
to you
hell,
later,
I'll
Rose.
float away with Florida."
Okay? Were you able to follow me, Frankie?
I'll hold on. I always forget that I can do it in here. Yeah, I got
Yeah.
you.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
I
right,
got
guys.
you.
See you soon. Bye.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Okay,
I'll
bye
talk to
bye.
you soon, Rose.
Okay.
Okay. I hate getting out of here now. They make it difficult.
Oh, here. Okay, let me see if I
There
can
it
help.
is.
There you go. Well, evidently they think it's a long explanation. She could have came right here in the box and told me.
How's it going?
All right, hon, how you doing?
I'm pretty fair. Just was listening. You having a rough night?
Oh yeah. Were you in the other live before?
No, I missed it.
Oh, you missed a whole bunch.
Yeah, what happened?
Well, I was sharing a story about my two children that are a generation apart.
Okay.
And one had assaulted the other.
Oh.
And is in prison for it. And so evidently it makes people feel real good to square blame.
Yeah.
But the reason I share that is because there's other people with that kind of story too.
Yes.
It's not because I'm trying to put myself on a chopping block. It's because this whole thing about abuse, about SA, and about people that have this thing wrong with their brain, it's not cut and dry.
Exactly. I think it's easier to for people generally to cast blame and blame someone else and not look at true issues. That's why a lot of people suffer with mental illness in our country, because it's a stigma, and it's, like, if somebody has bipolarism, and I'm just going to say my ex-wife, she had bipolar, she was bipolar, but she was on medication, and sometimes she would not take it. And she said, I'm not crazy. And I'm like, well, nobody said you were crazy. You just need this medication to balance yourself. But it's such a stigma that people feel guilty, and they do not want the help because they want to tell themselves, I'm all right. Or, there's a lot of problems that can be helped in our country if
Oh,
we
see,
would
and then I
address
gave
them
this
correctly.
person an opportunity to give me the reason why they unfriended me without any reason. And then they throw up a bunch of lies about things they don't even know what the heck they're talking about. So to actually ask for an explanation, I should have known better.
Did she post something about you?
Oh, no, she put it in Discord, which is basically she gave me one sentence on why they unfriended me back before. The story I told you about how they all just unfriended me and wouldn't give me a reason why.
Yeah.
And she said the reason why you were removed from the group is because you have problematic issues. Jakester, if you don't like it, you can leave. No one's making you come into my live. It's my live. So if you don't like me going on about it, bye, Birdie. You're the one still here. You must be the little bitch coming in here trying to harp on my shoes.
Yeah, he's being an adult. My fiance has a friend
I
on
mean,
here.
you don't want to be here. You don't want to be here. Yeah, and I keep telling people I got friends in here. They think I'm stupid. They think I'm joking around.
That's Junior. Oh no, he's like.
Huh? Oh.
No, my fiance has a friend on TikTok and he doesn't talk to many people. It's a joke that he calls him his avatar. So he said my avatar is too busy being an adult to come hang out with me. I say, yeah.
So see, they totally miss the thing that I tried to tell everybody about when a 3-year-old and another 3-year-old are touching each other,
or a 4-year-old and a 5-year-old or a 6-year-old and a 7-year-old are doing something like that, and you take them to counseling or you call protective services or you tell somebody that they're doing this, they don't do anything. If you call the police, they don't do anything. They don't arrest a 3-year-old for touching a 4-year-old.
No, they
What
won't.
you think? No. So what are we sitting here saying I'm supposed to do?
I mean, I think you did everything that you
Explain
should
this
have
to me.
done.
I mean,
I
this is what
personally
I'm
think you
saying
did
here.
everything
And
you
I
should have
know,
done.
let me see this here. I'm going to check something here real quick.
Because when I was and I was like 4 or 5 when my dad did what he did, and like I said,
Oh
I
no,
grew up.
they gave me that long ass answer and they're still here listening. So they can hear. They gave me that long ass horse shit of all that horse shit explanation that they gave me in Discord, but they're sitting here listening. So they can hear my answer. I don't have to type it. So here's my answer. What 3-year-old is going to get arrested for touching a 3-year-old? What 7-year-old is going to get arrested for touching a 7-year-old? Where does that throw down? What police department should I have called? Should I have called the FBI, the CIA, or should I have called the local PD? Because I was involved in like 4 different mental health associations, the mental health the county mental health organization, CYS. I said I was in parenting classes. I went through all this shit. So what part of all that didn't sink into your brain? Oh, all the way across the fucking globe in Australia. What part of that did not sink in? What is it that you're saying that it wasn't a problem because he was just a child and exploring? Oh no. This person, they're still in here. They know exactly who I'm talking to. I'm not going to call them out by name because they know. The same person that said, I'll friend request you on Discord and give you a reason why we stopped following you. Well, then, Rio, don't sit here and give me a bunch of bullshit. Why don't you come on up here in the box and talk to me like an adult? Don't nobody mute Dominant. Leave her alone. So I want to know, where are we going to get this? What PD, what police department should I call to report my child on another child? Well, I mean, Rio, you gave me 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraphs of how I'm a pervert. I deserve all this chastisement, and how all your friends dox me because the reason you were removed from the group is because you have problematic views. Casa, I don't understand what that means. Oh no. You said it.
My fiance is actually looking up the definition of that because I don't know what that is either. I'm terrible with abbreviations.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Mix. Discord is another app where you use servers. Conservative Moon. You can download it and then you can be friends with somebody and you can have private messages, or you can be on a server together. And these people basically ostracized me and never told me why. Even though 3 hours before that, I stood with them, supported them on an argument about a man who basically that treats women like crap. Girling, you have to have 1,000 followers. Oh, I don't give a shit. You want to post it on TikTok? You think that post? Do you want me to put it on TikTok?
So
Would you like me to do that?
what
I'll
I found on
screenshot it and put
CASA,
that bitch right up on there because unfortunately, Rio, you got me messed up with somebody who don't give a fuck. Because when I said I'm running for office, I don't have. Go ahead.
It stands for a
Meeks.
court-appointed special advocate.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. They don't have those over here in Pennsylvania for autistic kids that are autistic adults that don't think like adults. So I don't know what you think that I didn't have in my mind or that I wasn't trying to advocate for my daughter because she's been here the whole fucking time while he's been in prison. So I don't get what the hell you're talking about.
So my thing is, a lot of things people will gloss over is every parent will try to raise their kid to the best of their ability and to teach them their morals, their values, and things like that. But there are people, kids, who stray from what they are taught and never return. And there's just nothing we can do about it. So to blame you for your child's behavior is just beyond comprehension for me because I'm a little older man. Grew up. I'm in Pittsburgh, and I m- I have parents who were both educated. When one, my dad retired from NASA. My mother retired from UPMC, and she ran a computer department. So I had two parents that were educated and taught me well. But I grew up and had a lot of bad friends, and I did a lot of bad things. I did return, and as I got older, I started going to school because I figured my parents didn't taught me better. But I know people who were taught as well as I was, who never got out of the street life. Now, our parents didn't raise us to be on the streets and do the things that we done, but we did them. And it was to they were hurt that we were doing these things. So all I'm saying is um if I would have turned and made that wrong turn and harmed somebody and had to go to jail for 20 years, it was something I did. It's nothing that they taught me to do. It's my environment, or it was a lot of the things that I was around, involved myself with. But my parents taught me better, and you can't blame a kid for straying from their teaching. So how are they blaming you for what your kid done? It doesn't make sense to me.
And the thing is right after he did it, I called CYS and I got her counseling. And here's the thing. They wouldn't let me help him at all. As soon as I tried to say, well, this is this, and I was trying to help her, and I was trying to help him because he knew he did something wrong, but he didn't understand the justice system, and they wouldn't let me help, and they conned him into some paper to give himself a judge to decide his fate instead of a jury. So he didn't have a jury, his peers. They got him to sign a paper and I'll let a judge decide this case. And I didn't get to defend him or stand up for him because every time I said something, they said, no, if you stand up for him, you're a bad mom. And we're going to stand up against you. So I couldn't say anything for him the whole time. All I could sit there and do is watch and call people from the mental health system and try to get him seen the best I could. And I knew that was going to happen if he ever did touch her. And I told him, I said, don't ever do that. I said, if you ever do that, because that's why I had alarms everywhere. But in the back of my mind, I thought she was safe because he never touched any, when he was growing up, when he touched other children, when he was a child, he never even looked at girls. Never. Whoever did that to him was a man. And so in my mom mind, I thought, well, since he has a thing with boys, that means that I have a loss and I have all these extras and she's a girl. So that's it. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. And then his dad wouldn't help me. Anyway, so when that happened, like right after it happened, I took him to his dad's house and I told them not to let him leave the house. And I came back up and I called Child Protective Services to get her counseling. And they would not let it go. I had to tell them who did it. And as soon as I told them, they called 5-0. And they came to the house and took a statement. And then they went to go arrest him. And his stupid ass grandmother hit him. An autistic man, 20 years old. She went and hid him away in a motel room so the cops couldn't find him. This is the kind of freaking family my ex had. My ex was. Every time I tried to say something about something when I was raising that boy, his family tried to cover it up. The whole damn time. And so when they did finally catch it, did finally see things, all the things that his family tried to cover up over the years, that I tried to talk about and count, tried to open up things that COS knew about, but they couldn't prosecute because his family's Italian. And they intimidated everybody in the neighborhood. Nobody would say anything. And so that whole time, nobody would say anything. And then whenever they did catch him, and what happened with Haley, or with my daughter, because to call and when the authorities because I called and they got into it. And when they did look into it, they saw all those reports from over the years when people wouldn't do anything. But yeah, with him within an IQ of 80, right on the edge. And then they got him this paper. He could have a trial by judge instead of jury. I couldn't help him, even if I wanted to. And she was so, and after it happened, the family was so broken because the fact that they were hiding him and not taking her side and not supporting her. No, it's because nobody listened to my story. Nobody wants to listen to it from the beginning to the end. They want to ask questions. And when I answer the question, it comes from an answer from somewhere else in the story. My children are 17 years apart. Nobody asks me the questions from beginning to end. They pick and choose. They don't deserve to be abused. And they don't deserve to be somewhere in a place where they can't defend themselves. Nobody does. Nobody does. Nobody deserves inhuman treatment. Not children, not adults, not nobody. Nobody deserves inhuman treatment. Nobody. She is a victim. And I have stood by her and I have gotten her counseling all the time. I have gotten her. She has been my heart And she has been my soul this whole time. I have supported her. I have been there for her. I've always been right for her. That doesn't mean that he deserves to be abused. My daughter has grown into a beautiful, smart, empathetic, wise child. She can speak Japanese. She's recovered, and yes, she was a victim. She's a victim no longer because she's grown strong and she's been in therapy. I protect her. She's been the one here for the last 12 years. He has been in prison the whole time. She's here. She's the one that I am supporting. She's the one that I'm helping with her college application. She's the one that I am here for and always have been here for. I don't speak about her because I protect her identity and her story. Her story is hers to tell. This is my story. My story represents both because it's my story. Her story is her story to tell. Because his is an incident of one incident of guilt. And he was given 10 to 20 on one incident. He was found guilty on one charge. You tell me how many people that have been found guilty of one charge on one child have done 10 years? Because as much as I would like to see that, that doesn't happen a lot. Well, his sentence is life because he got 10 to 20 and 30 parole. So if he ever goes near another child again, he's back in prison. So it's not like he did not get a punishment. He did not get punished, and he is not going to be in. He gets out. He's in a facility where there are no children, and he is not allowed around children. And he's on Megan's Law list. So it's not like he got a slap on the wrist. He's been in prison since 2011. I don't want him to be abused. I am a human rights activist. Should I not feel that way for my children, no matter what age they are? An autistic with an IQ of 80 who has been in prison since 2011. He did. And he was guilty. I never said he wasn't. And he shouldn't have been punished.
So, can I actually
Were
make
you
a statement
also
on one of the
abused so many
comments
times
that
when you
are
were a child? Go ahead.
in here? So, I told you what my dad did to me. I'm going to try to make this as fast as I can, but I want to give an example of how an autistic / Down syndrome / severely mentally disabled mind thinks. Because my mom is mentally disabled. And that's why people of
Not everybody
that,
that has trauma. I've been SA too. That doesn't mean I do it either.
but my mom knew what my dad
I
did
don't
to
even
me.
share anything about my campaign anymore, by the way. I might
And
not even be in the same district because I'm looking at moving. So, and by the way, my skeletons are sitting in my living room. I never hid them. So if you think I wasn't ready to come out with this story before. And the video That video, you can play it here, you can play it tomorrow, you can play it later, and I already have spoken to people about it. So go ahead. Be ready for the judgment back on you when people ask you how perfect you are. Because what comes around goes around. Nobody's perfect. You didn't climb out of your mama being perfect with perfection and jewels and gems around you and with some kind of glow where your shit don't stink. Nobody's perfect. If you grew up the same way, if somebody hurt you in your childhood with your problems and you have no idea. So what did I do? Explain to me what I did. The general population isn't going to agree with what I did. What did I do? You tell me what I did. Judgy. What did I do? Step on the horse? No, step on the horse. Meeks is my friend. She's going to sit here and let you speak your mouth. I want to know what I did that the public is not going to see it my way. What did I do? I didn't protect anybody. After it happened, I called CYS. How's that protecting somebody? And that is actually a matter of record. Protecting what is that? Protecting a ped? What? Racism? What is that? He's my son. I gave birth to him. So, in other words, because I have feelings for somebody I gave birth to, you're going to judge me. That's what you're saying. Let me hear you say that. Please, enlighten me. And I already said he's been in since 2011. He's going to get out next month. That's nothing to do with me, honey. He's autistic. He was diagnosed with PDD-NOS at 18 months old. Also, he has ADD, ADHD, and he has a psychosis. What else would you like to know?
Okay, I do want to bring this up though because everybody is pinning it on autism not being an aspect of his choices in life, which I personally believe that they are because it affects people. It affects my mom's decisions from right from wrong. My dad was a pedophile. My mom's current fiance is a pedophile. My mom is mentally not okay with my dad at all because of what my dad did to me. But for some reason, my mom is okay with the guy because all he has to do is say, I love you to her, and it's all forgiven. Because my mom is a 5-year-old child in her head, and I have had to raise her basically. And if I disagree with her, she will go off on a tirade and run across New York State, and then I'll be getting a call from her that she's in a situation she needs help with. But it does affect people. It makes people act differently, and it makes people make wrong choices in life. It hinders people's abilities to focus and function like a normal human being.
And again, for the back of the room that cannot hear, Nobody asked me for his full diagnosis on the DSM-5. So we didn't even get into that. So let me be more clear. He was diagnosed at 18 months with PDD-NOS. When he was in kindergarten, they diagnosed him with ADHD. And then, when he was 11 years old, they diagnosed him with a psychotic disorder. So he actually doesn't see things right. Correct. But you add all that with somebody who SA'd him during potty training. And then other people that had done things that I didn't know about. So you know what? Keep talking. Right. Everybody in here's a doctor. They just know so much. But they don't. And they keep showing their ignorance the more they talk. Do you also have a psychosis where you see things? It's called perioda, where you actually see faces in like doorknobs and clocks, and you can see eyes and everything. You have that too? Because when he looks at things like that, he actually sees faces.
So there's also, like, for somebody else saying that they are autistic in here as well, there are levels of autism. My fiance doesn't like sounds and textures of things, and that is being on the spectrum. And there are different levels of advances of it, and that's what people don't understand, I guess, in this conversation.
See, you know,
well, you are, but there's
the comments,
levels of it. It's a wide range of spectrum when it comes to autism.
people don't know what they're talking about. Because if they saw who I was talking about walking down the street, they would look at him and say, that's a child in a man's body.
And that's honestly, like, if I were to green screen a picture of my mom, you would see it straight. Like, she is a child. And it's
when my son would walk down the street to walk down to the store to get a drink or walk down to the bus or whatever, he walked down the street doing this, tapping the side of his head, doing this. Is that what all you guys autistic do? Is that what you do? What you're telling me you're autistic? Is that what you do? Because see, he couldn't get on this app and type like that. He could not get on the app and type like that. But you're typing. You're conversing. My son actually can't even speak without actually drooling a little bit sometimes because he's been on so much medication.
actually being called names in the chat, so it's actually kind of funny.
See, I'm going to download this whole live where they continued to call me names, accused me of things for defending my own
You want
child.
an answer from me? I'm not a doctor, no, but I've
So,
been through a lot, probably more than you have in life.
so you know what? Every single time somebody says something against me for actually defending my own flesh and blood from being abused, which is what I was doing.
That's what they asked me. They said, "Is Meeks
So,
is the transphobic doctor?" Are you? Can I ask you? Are you a
then
doctor? Where'd you
their
get your doctorate
comments
degree?
and what they say speaks for itself.
Oh yeah, it
All I
really
have to
does.
do is post it. Actually, I just think I'm going to just download this whole thing and everything they've said on my live to YouTube
I mean,
and
I
just
would I
post it
would do
on
it.
there publicly.
I've screenshotted what they've said to me, and I'm going to make a TikTok about how hateful people are, like I've been doing with anybody that wants to be hateful towards me. So she's
I
gonna get
think
her
that
very own
all
TikTok
these
video.
screen names on TikTok that people have been calling me out on here, calling me hateful, calling me uh, pedo protector, calling me all these things. All this time since 2011, he's been in prison. So you're actually calling me a protector of somebody that's actually been in the system. So, so you're actually hating on me over something that's not true. And then you're actually saying things that are hateful and rude and cruel and actually meant to actually hurt people and be ignorant and not actually productive.
So I actually want to
So go ahead.
make one more statement to this person before I shut up about it and ignore her completely because of her ignorance. I know a lot because I physically had to raise my own mother growing up as a kid. I should not have had to do that, but I did. And I also know a lot about the medical field and its lack of intelligence on nurses' behalf because my fiance actually suffers from something that could pertain to being basically 100% risk of cancer in stomach and colon. So I know a lot about the medical field. So really, it's okay. You might think that I don't, but I really do. And sweet honey baby, I'm not saying everything about all the medical field. There's just a lot of places up here where I live that have a lot of problems with taking care of
No,
people.
mental problems don't excuse behavior, but they are a consideration in a trial. They are a
Exactly.
consideration when sentencing is looked at. They are a consideration when people are considered, like what their state of mind is when they commit a crime, what happens when they commit a crime, and on a first offense essay, 10 to 20 years with 30 years probation. Okay. And actually, there are other aspects I didn't add. So if this would actually go viral, there are other things that would be on my behalf that I'm not adding. But I want to let everybody else make an ass of themselves and go ahead and do that. Because I want everybody to think that them being in my business gives them cred. I want them to go ahead and think that saying hateful things and telling me that my career or whatever I'm going to do gives them that gives them a pass to be ignorant and cruel to me. So when they go ahead and they try to dox me with that, or if I start a campaign and they bring that up, I'm going to come out with all that other stuff that underneath the story that is going to blow all this out of the water. And actually, everybody's going to come back and say, wow, that was horrible. I can't believe they did that to you.
So
But I'm not going to bring that up because
dreamer.
nobody in here that cared doesn't deserve that part of the story.
People take
Because
advantage
I would
of
actually
people
be
who have mental
confiding in them.
disabilities.
Yep.
And that's basically what they did to her son when they did not give him the proper court case. My mom just got taken advantage of over a stupid phone. Like, she thought her phone was broken. She downloaded an app on her phone and she couldn't comprehend it. And the store convinced her to buy a phone of the brand new model. And we're talking an iPhone 11. So there's no point to buy a brand new iPhone when we're on the 14. So it's
Okay. All right.
just
I'm going to say this, Meeks. I know that we're friends, but I want to say something, and I want you to agree with me because I want to get this out in the open. Okay. I believe we're all accountable when we make mistakes, right? Do you agree with that? Okay. Do you agree that you've said some things maybe taken out of context that were transphobic?
I mean, I actually apologize, but those people were not in here. But I apologize because she was very hostile to me first because she was upset about a different
Well,
situation. So I
I'm not talking
responded.
about her, but I have some other friends in here. I have some other friends in here that are friends of the LGBTQ community, and I just want to clear the air because I am also an ally of the community. And so I would like to just clear the air and have it out there because I don't want anybody to think that we are trying to not be accountable, right? We all make mistakes. I had to be accountable for things that I had said wrong before, and I even made an apology video and
Yeah,
everything.
and
So I mean,
I said I was
it's
sorry
okay to be
earlier,
wrong
and
sometimes.
I'm saying I'm sorry now as well because I shouldn't have said the things I did, but I was angry, and anger is no excuse, but we see where it gets us. So, step on the
Okay,
horse.
so
I have been taking
Fun, did you
accountability.
hear her apology, Fun? And really, I'm talking to my friend Fun because I know that it
Oh, I'm
hurts her
sorry.
when people say things, and so I want to make sure Fun Size is okay with
I
everything.
apologize for my typing. I just wanted to
No,
let you
you're
know.
okay.
I need to come in and tell you, Rosebud, I love you and I'm proud of you. Keep going. I'm at work and I'm gonna come back on later.
Oh,
Okay.
I love you too,
Okay. I'll be
Anthony.
back shortly. Bye bye.
I know, Fun. I just know you're part of the community and that you sometimes people have hurt you, and I wanted to make sure everything's okay. I know me and Meek sometimes don't see eye to eye, but we do agree that conversation helps enlighten us, okay? And that's where we are. And
Here, you can hear me, right?
yeah, she can hear you.
Okay.
I
Personally,
believe she
step
can
on
hear
the
you.
horse. I am so sorry for the things I said. And I know that everybody can hear me, so please stop saying you can't hear me because I know you can. You just want
Well,
to
hold
be
on
a
now.
higher
That sounded a
person.
little, it's okay. It's all right.
She just wants to be a higher person and make me say it over and over again. I see what she's doing.
No, I don't think that's it. Okay. We have to understand. I generally hold this space as a protected space for my communities. Okay. So when I invite a friend in to come in and have communication to try to have understanding. So when I do that, I want that to be clear, right? I don't want anybody to think that this is something where I'm taking your side over another. I want everybody to have a discussion so that we can understand each other and be more human, right? That's what this is all about. And so everybody seems to be okay with that. So I don't want any more vitriol about this. Meeks has apologized. And as far as I'm aware, everybody in the live has accepted her apology for the former vitriol towards the LGBTQ community. And so we're going to start fresh. Okay. If something else comes up, Meeks, I expect that this would be carried over with our mutual friends here in another live, right? So if you're in another live and we have mutual friends, they're not going to hear something derogatory to that, right?
No, they're not. I mean, I'm not normally.
Okay.
I'm not a mean person unless you're mean
I'm
to
just
me
asking.
first.
I'm just clarifying things, right? So
And no,
if
I'm just
Hordes
clarifying with you
or
back. I'm
somebody
not.
else or Fun Size here is in another room, they'll hear the same thing from you now that they'll hear then, so that we're all on the same page. How you doing? Good.
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
All right.
Well, I kind of came in here, so I'm not really sure what I missed. So what's our topic of the conversation?
Well, we were talking about. Give me a few minutes. I gotta let my big pooch out. He's over here. He's 132 pounds. If I don't let him out, he might spray the whole house. So give me a second.
132 pounds. Good night.
All right, hold on.
I'm not really sure, what exactly it is I'm talking about, because I'm not sure what you guys were talking about before I joined. Rosebud. Rosebud was accusing her son of being.
Come on. Oh, there's no one out there. Let's go. Come.
Clearly, I need to figure out what was being talked about, because that's some pretty extreme statements.
Yeah, they're just full of. Okay, and now I'm getting accused because I have blue hair, so that makes me a liberal. No, I'm actually an independent, so it's okay.
I grew up conservative, but I lean liberal now.
I'm gonna go dye my hair red now. Does that make me a Republican?
I just, I started learning about how the world works, and so now I actually lean liberal because it actually makes more sense. And I grew up conservative. And
Thank you, Fun Size. By the way, Fun Size, I love your makeup. I love pink. I had to say that. I'm sorry.
I'm really not sure how to add anything to the conversation, because I'm still trying to figure out what was actually happening just based on the comments, because there's some
So she's a mom. Okay. Her son is on the spectrum, and he did some things that he shouldn't have done. He is in prison right now. And she is, she has a right to be upset about the situation, because she's a mom of them. Like that's her kid. Like,
right.
No matter what happens, a mom's going to be a mom. And I know that's not an excuse, but it is an excuse, because I know a mom would do anything for their kids. My fiance's mom does literally anything for him. So I've seen it. It's good to actually have a mom like that, because it's somebody that's going to have your back 100%.
Well, before we go down to this, because it's something so sensitive as her son, let's pause. That way she can be here to talk about it. I don't want to.
I just was kind of filling you in so you weren't completely in the dark.
It's all right. I can hear the whole thing. It's all right. So, Galvin, now you want me to let you in the bedroom. You're a pain in my ass.
My dog's a pain, so it makes me feel better.
Oh, well, you can hear him gallop in the back room. He's like, score. Let's go. Squirrel, let's go. Come on.
Okay, so Fun Size, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not sitting here trying to debate her son, especially not if she's not sitting right here. That's not where I'm coming from. I don't know.
All right, so I have two children. I have a daughter who is now going to graduate high school. She's a senior. She's going to graduate this coming year.
Thank you for the finger heart.
And my son is 34. But the thing that we're talking about happened when she was 5 and he was 21.
Okay.
But he is autistic, has ADHD, and he has a psychosis.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a toothpick.
And his IQ is right on the border between competent and not.
All right.
And we caught him essaying her.
Okay.
And I had to call the authorities, and he was arrested, found guilty, and he's in prison.
Okay.
And I speak about this not because I am bringing vitriol about myself, but because these kind of situations happen.
Right.
And it helps people to know that they're not alone. There are parents out there that have this kind of shit happen where they're pit between one parent and another, or one child and the other.
Right.
And sometimes shit happens. It's not all cut and dry. Everybody says, well, you know, unalive the pedos, unalive, you know, they all this hate. It's not all cut and dry. It's not all that easy. It's not just that easy sometimes to just hate.
Right. Right.
And one of the reasons why he had done that is he did have a history when he was a child. He was abused when around the same time he was being potty trained. Something happened. Somebody abused him. I tried to get him help the entire time he was growing up. I also had a husband at the time that his family was trying to hide everything the same time I was trying to get help. And so we had that back and forth. His family they have an Italian background, and every time something would happen, they would intimidate somebody in the neighborhood about being quiet. So like people would report things, but nothing would ever happen, right? So by the time this happened with my son, and I tried to get him help like the entire time he was growing up. Like, I mean, the entire time. I never stopped trying because these incidents kept coming up. And I was like, I kept trying to get help. And I even put him in a facility at 16 for 3 years.
Right.
And they told me they were going to fix him, and they didn't. And I mean, and then this happened, and you know, they didn't even give him a jury trial. They talked him into signing away his jury trial rights to take a judge trial. If you saw him and talked to him, you would just look at him and know no jury would convict him of anything. They would just look at him and know. Your peers are not going to look at somebody with that kind of disability and convict him. And I'm not saying that he didn't do it. I'm not saying he didn't do it or that he doesn't deserve punishment. My whole thing was that I said that he didn't deserve to be abused in prison. That was my argument. That was my defense for him. I said he didn't deserve to be sodomized and abused in prison. That's what I said.
Just so I understand.
He SA'd his sister at 5 years old. That's what he did.
Just so I understand exactly what we're talking about, and I actually give you, before we even dive into it, I give you a lot of respect for being brave enough to even talk about something so big and sensitive, right? So I would say, to go over it, he was 21 years old, and he SA'd his younger sister, who was 5. Is that correct in saying?
Yeah.
Right. And then you did what you're supposed to do as a parent. You called the authorities. It was handled in a way, it was handled. You may not agree that it's handled. You may agree to an extent how it's handled. Your only complaint is what happened to him after he was incarcerated. That's correct? And if I'm correct in saying that? Okay. Well, to be honest with you, I don't really have, much debate. I think he made a mistake, and I think that we could mention autism and all these other, mental health disorders and stuff. But at 21 years old, he made a mistake. He got incarcerated. You as a parent, you're put in a very horrendous position,
No, see, the person in the comments, Hope, what you weren't listening is I said my son who was the one that perpetrated on my daughter. My son was assaulted when he was being potty trained around 2. That was what I said. You don't want to hear the actual story. You want to make accusations and then sit here and cry when it doesn't fit your little narrative in your head. I said he had somebody did something to him because when I was trying to potty train him, when he came back from being at another person's house, he acted completely different, and I knew something was wrong.
I think we can all agree that him being abused at a young
Good
age
grief.
is
And
terrible, right?
no, I said she was SA'd at 5. He
before
wasn't around when she was 2.
before before you get too far into the comments, they'll drive you insane forever. It's just not a battle you can win. So I think everybody could equally agree that your son should not have been abused at the age of 2 while being potty trained. I think that your 5-year-old daughter should not have been SA'd at 5 by your son, even though that, years and years prior. So really, the it's just a tragic situation. I mean, to be honest with you, and you're caught in the middle because you have 2 children who
And
are
I've
equally
actually
wrong.
testified in Harrisburg about this whole situation. Several years ago, I think it was about 2012, I'd have to look back in my memories, but I actually testified. So, I mean, this is not something anybody that comes up with this, if I run for office or whatever and goes, oh, blah, blah, blah. It's actually out. Go look it up. I mean, we had a whole march up in Harrisburg about SA because they were changing laws. And we were advocating for people, for victims to be able to come out and say what they needed to say up until any age. Okay, so we were actually supporting victims, and I was sharing my story about both the perpetrator who was in prison being a victim and the one that was not.
Well, you're right.
So I was actually advocating for
You're
victims.
Right in saying, you're right. You're absolutely correct in saying this. Like, just because your son may have made a massively terrible choice doesn't mean that he should be, imminently subjected to.
And he has to live with that. You know what? He has to live with that. It feels so bad. He will never have a good relationship with his sister. For him, in his brain, that sickens him. He asks me all the time, how can I get to know my sister? I said, you can't. Unless she wants one, you will never be able to do that.
Can I
He has to live with that.
I'm trying. Can I ask how long ago this? I know you said it happened when he was 21. Like, how long ago was that? That'll give me an idea how old.
Right. This was in 2011. She was born in 2005. This happened in 2011. Okay, well, let's see. It was, yeah, he was arrested in 2011. So yeah, I mean, she was in kindergarten. Okay. She was like 5.5, something like that.
And
almost 5. Yeah, it was right around he went away in 2011 and he hasn't been back since. So he was arrested in 2011 right after it happened. And she was born in 2005.
And
so that's when it happened. Those are the dates. And he was born in it happened in 2011. He was born in 1988. Those are the dates. I'm going by my memory. 5, 6. You're going to sit here and douse me for my memory. You know what? Y'all just, I know who my friends are here and who are not.
Okay. So he was convicted in 2011, or it happened in 2011?
I think she said it happened in 2011.
It happened earlier in 2011, and then I think he was convicted the end of 2011. He's still in there. He got approved for parole, but it takes them so long. He got approved for parole this last summer, but it takes them a long time because they have to get him the placement, and he has to have a parole officer. He has to have the placement because he can't be around children. So he has to have a place where he's going to live, and he has to have the right the right people around him, his support system and stuff.
So I think
So he actually got his parole already.
I think the confusion in the comments you're combating is the numbers. And again, I gave you a lot of props for talking about something so sensitive. That's incredibly brave on your part. But if it happened in 2011 and he was born in 1988, let's just go and assume that he was born the same month. That would make him 23 years old.
Yeah, he was born in so he would have been 22.
Okay.
So I mean, like I said, you're looking back on years and everything else that went. They forced her to testify in a closed courtroom in front of him. She had to look her brother in the eyes and testify. He sat there and called her a liar to her face. I mean, and I sat there and I did not. I argued with them. They forced me. They forced me. They told me that if I did not force her to go in that courtroom and make her do that, because I was so scared it was going to break her mentally to do that. I did not want to force her to do that. And they told me, they said, if you don't bring her in on this subpoena, we're going to arrest you for contempt of court. And then we're going to subpoena her father. And if he doesn't bring her in, we're going to arrest him for contempt of court. And then she's going to go into the foster care system and then they will bring her in. You have no choice. You will bring her in and do what we tell you to do. And I had no choice. And I couldn't even say anything on his behalf because they told me as her mother that anything I said on his behalf, that would be considered bad because I wasn't defending her. So they actually used I wanted to protect her, so they used my protection for her against him.
Well, I think that the undeniable truth is it was just a terrible thing that happened. Honestly, that's chalk it up however it is and the consequences of it, but it's already like a terrible thing, and that's all I want to say with it. I'm sorry that you're dealing with that. You're trying to fight a battle between both your children, something that happened in between the two of them. That's a very terrible situation to be in. As a parent, I'm very sorry that you're dealing with that.
I think it just she's been in counseling ever since it happened, so I mean, I've always tried to make sure that she was okay, tried to get her counseling, and it's hard because she didn't want it. I tried to get her counseling immediately, and my daughter is a stubborn little thing. She was like, I ain't talking to these people. Who is this?
Right.
She's like, she fought it for a long time. And then finally, as she got older, we were able to get her to reach out, and now she's doing much better. But
I'm not like professionally nor medically like qualified to really dive too much further into that entire scenario. So I hope that.
Oh, I know. Like I told people, I only share it because I know my story is not that unique. There are a lot of families that have these kind of problems. It's not that cut and dry. It's not always the boogeyman that nobody knows. It's somebody in your family. It's somebody that you close to and care about. And it's not that easy.
Right. Is this kind of like,
and if we don't talk about it?
Yes. The answer to that last comment is yes, he is. Yeah, so I don't know what else.
He's been in prison since 2011.
I just want to say a couple of things. I got to jump off of here again to go pick up my son, but I came in the middle of the story, right? And I don't think all the people in the chat are saying, in these generalized statements about all people with autism are intelligent and they know what they're doing. And that just could not be further from the truth. My son, and I think if you haven't walked in these shoes, then you don't have any right to anybody, right? You all are making all these generalizations and you don't know what the story is. I don't know if that kid knew what he was doing or not. I don't think anybody can know that but his doctor and him and probably his mom. So for you all to say that she allowed it to happen is wrong. For you all to judge her because she still loves her son, that's her son, right? I mean, she loves her daughter, obviously. She didn't say that what he did was okay. She said that he should not be in prison, and he certainly was held by the justice system. I'm sorry. If he has a disability, he has a diagnosis, he should have had an advocate in that courtroom that should have spoken on his behalf. I think the whole situation is terrible. I'm sorry you've had to go through that. I cannot stand it on this app when people generalize everybody. Everybody classifies all Democrats are
And I
this or
keep
all.
telling them it's not just autism.
No, not at all.
It's not just autism. He has a psychosis. He actually sees things that aren't there if he's not medicated. He has ADHD, so he's very hyper. I mean, he's been on such high medication since he's been in prison instead of actually a different facility that he actually has side effects from that now.
Right.
I think everyone agrees that you obviously will still and always love your son, and obviously you'll always love your daughter, and you're kind of caught in a very awkward spot because what happened was so personal to your daughter and so personal to you and so personal to your son, and they're both on quite literally the opposite sides of this scenario, right? And so it's very difficult for you to navigate. Unfortunately, he did do what he did. I think where some people
and there's another thing people don't understand either. Because my children have two different fathers, there's another eclectic family breakup you're not even looking at. My son, his side of his father's family, and me and my daughter are now completely alienated. We now no longer have a relationship because they look at what happened to him as my fault. I put him in jail. It's my fault he's there. It's not his fault that what he did to his sister. It's my fault.
I would.
That's how they see it.
I would. I mean, I'll be honest. I don't even know how to respond to that because he was somewhere between 21 to 23 years old when this happened, so he was completely responsible. But
that is what, when that went down, like I said, when that went down and I had to call them, and 5-0 showed up when they went to go arrest him, they put him up in a hotel and hid him. These are some downright these are some good old-fashioned Italian folks. Well, they do not believe in going by the book.
Well, yeah, I don't know anything, credibly that I can offer to, encourage or
it's okay. I'm just sharing, the reason that I cut off ties was because they were so vitriol at me and at my daughter. Vitriol at the 5-year-old. To protect her, I had to cut her off from the entire family.
Right.
Because when he went to jail, they blamed me and her.
Well, that's just,
nobody even looks at them.
But see, the only way to fight, and I do, when it comes in to political and economical conversation and stuff, somebody can say anything they want, right? You can come up with whatever, right, and just say it. It doesn't make it accurate. So when they blame you for what another grown adult did, even though it was your son, you still that doesn't. As a matter of fact, legally doesn't make it your fault. So, not to make that any easier because it still involves your son and your daughter, but that's it's just a bad situation. Quite frankly, it's just a very bad situation all around.
And that's why sometimes I really think it's important to share it, because It's not cut and dry. This idea that it's just all about good guys and bad guys, and you get to stand on your stance and go, hoorah, this is where I am. It's not like that. It's not. The world doesn't work that way.
Right.
It just doesn't. And I mean, don't get me wrong. There's no excuse for what victims go through in any sense of the imagination. There's not.
I think that's probably where a lot of people. I think that's probably where a lot of
I
people,
know. But they don't. They're not looking at it. They're not looking at it in a realistic way. They're not looking at it as if it's somebody that they know, that they live with, they're not looking at it in a realistic way.
I think
they're looking at it like the boogeyman lives across the street, across town, across the world. They're not looking at it like the boogeyman lives right with you.
Right. I think where most people get
or that you love that person.
I think where most people get hung up on is, I think by mother's instinct, you still had this like innate instinct calling to defend your son, even though what he did was, awful, right? And then you're trying to also simultaneously protect your daughter. And I think that, I know you can't do both things simultaneously. So I think when you bring up like autism and especially like ADHD in the context of trying to explain why he might have essayed a 5-year-old sister, that's where you're probably hitting a lot of flack, because that just doesn't
and see, the thing is, though, that's not the reason why that he did it. It's the reason why his love map couldn't heal. So that's really what I'm trying to get at when I mention his different cognitive disabilities. It's not that it's an excuse for the action. It's an excuse why most people can heal after that trauma. Most people can go to counseling and they can talk about this problem that somebody hurt them with, and they can heal that rip in their love map, that tear that somebody hurt with them. But when you're autistic and ADHD and you have this psychosis and somebody actually rips that love map and then somebody else rips it again, and through your childhood you have all these different things that happen, and somebody's covering it up, and then mom's not knowing, and I can't figure out who's doing what, and then I got half the family hiding shit, and I keep taking them to counseling, and he can't express himself because he's autistic. So even though the counselor's talking to him and they're asking him questions, all he's able to tell them is that, he's how he can express himself. So I don't know who's doing what. I'm trying to get him counseling, and at the same time, I'm trying to take him to school and get him to learn and get him to be social and get him to do other things and be a normal kid and be all the other things that I have to do with an autistic child, and take parenting classes, because you never have an autistic child before, and you've got all these other things. And while you're trying to heal that map, that love map in their head, you keep on trying to heal it, but because their love map is broken, somehow those pages are just not healing and coming back together. And so as the mother, you're like, I don't know what to do. How do I get this glued back together? And you just keep trying to go through these 15, 18 years of their life trying to figure out where it's broken, and how do you get the pages of that love map glued back together so that you can fix this child so that they don't grow up, because don't think we don't know the statistics. Don't think we don't know that people that are SA'd as children grow up to be these kind of people sometimes, because we've known that for years, right? We've known that for a long time, right? So I mean, when you're a parent, you do everything. So before Haley even came along in 2005, from 1988 all the way up to 2003, 2004, Or I'm sitting here trying to raise this boy to be a normal, healthy kid. I'm taking him to counseling. I'm trying to help him in school. I'm doing everything I can, and this love map is not getting back straight. I mean, no matter what I do, it's not straightening out. And I, what am I gonna do? It's not like they got brain super glue that you can just put it all back together. If it doesn't go back together, it doesn't go back together. And so, I mean, after he comes back at 19 years old, after being in that place for 3 years, after I put him there and they told me they were going to fix it, and then he comes back and they told me they were going to graduate him from high school, and then they didn't even graduate him.
I was just looking at. I watched you say love, Matt. I just wanted to figure out exactly what you were. I was looking it up real quick just to see what you were actually specifying as someone's love map. That's what I was looking at real quick. But yeah, like I said. Well, actually, and I want to address a comment real quick. It says no matter what the crime is, no one deserves to be abused while in prison. I haven't said that someone should be abused because they committed a crime. I never said that, so I'm not sure if it was directed or just a general comment.
There are other people. That has been a theme. That has been the theme in the comments over my life, that if people do something to a child, that they deserve whatever they get in prison. That has been the vengeance shall be mine comments. So that's where they're getting that.
I got you. And
so you know what? I'm not going to say that parents don't feel protective over their kids. But what would you do if it was somebody else you loved? It's real easy when the perpetrator is somebody that you don't know or somebody you don't have any feelings for. What if it's somebody you love just as much as your child?
The nature of the sorry, my wife just delivered me dinner. So I think the nature of the situation is just it's just an unfortunate situation, especially for all three of you, for you, your daughter, your son, because you're all involved and you're all literally a direct family. So your daughter was essayed by your other child, and you're trying to be a parent to both, and now your daughter's dealing with the aftermath, and now your son's obviously dealing with the aftermath, and you're kind of caught in the middle.
And I mean, I had to go through my own growth with it, because in my mother mind, I'm thinking he's going to pay the piper, she's going to get counseling, and we're going to all come back together and be a happy family because I'm mom and I fix everything, right? That's not how it works. I had to go to therapy to realize I can't fix it. You know how long that took me? How long I had to give that power up before I actually had to give it up and say that it's not my call.
I'm gonna drop out because my son's in the background jumping on the trampoline and yelling. So I'm gonna drop out real quick.
Go ahead. Thank you. If nobody wants to come up and chat, I'm probably going to end the live. I've said my piece. And like I said, anybody that wants to challenge if I run, all this is public knowledge. I've said it on the courthouse steps of Harrisburg. And the doctor that actually, never mind, I'm not even going to go there. But you know what? There's a lot of things that I haven't revealed that would turn this upside down if somebody tried to use this against me. So that's all I'm going to say about that. There are powers that be that did not do their due justice in this case. If that came to light, it would not be me or the other people that we've been talking about
that would be frowned upon. So it would actually backfire, and I would be looked at maybe more like a whistleblower. So go ahead. Bring it on. Shine it on. Logo, I don't even think you want to even come in on this, baby.
Mellow.
Hello. Good evening.
Hello, honey. How you doing?
I'm fine. And you?
You been listening?
Yes, I'm fine.
Mary's
Hi.
blowing up my messages.
Is she?
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you block her?
I did, and she messaged me again. So I stated my opinion and why I feel the way I feel, because she wants to be aggressive towards me in comments. So I'm not going to be the nicest back.
What is the rule of thumb for TikTok?
I don't really, if I get banned, I don't really care about this app. Like, I have people in my real life that support me, and I'm perfectly fine.
No. You got to do it the way they want you to. Okay. So what we do in TikTok is you screen record the comment. Okay. And then you report the comment. And then you block. Okay? That you do it in that order. All right?
Mm-hmm.
So when they say something in a message or a comment, you screen record it. After you screen record it, you report it. And after you report it, you block them. Okay? You report them and you make a comment about hate speech or whatever it is you're going to report them about. Okay? But when you take a screenshot of the comment, you add that to your report.
Yeah.
All right. That way you have, not only do you have proof that they said it, you also have proof in your phone. If you get somebody to report you, you can counter it with an appeal with that message. You can use the whole thing. So, yeah.
Well, I'm definitely going to have to appeal it because it accidentally sent something that it wasn't supposed to send, because my fiance said something in the background and it may have sent that message to her.
Yeah.
And he's not
but
the nicest.
I have
like, I'm not.
I have more information about this whole thing that how besides that he should have had an advocate. And see, I tried to speak for him,
Mm-hmm.
and until sentencing, they wouldn't let me say anything. So I mean, but there's a lot of the evidence that they gathered, how that was gathered, and a lot of other things. There's some fun behind that and everything that a lot of people don't know, and there's a lot of other things that I didn't discuss on this app. So, I mean, and like I said, I discussed this actually in Harrisburg probably about 8 to 10 years ago when I went up there for a march. So it's always been public. So if somebody wants to go out there and blah, 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 and cry and whatever, like I said before, my skeletons sit in my living room drinking beer. They don't sit in the closet. I have a black kitty too, Rudy. Kitty, kitty, kitty. Oh, he's sleeping on the vent. He ain't moving.
If I said what I was going to say, people will get mad at me. But I'll say it because, like, I just want, like, it's weird, but my cat went from being a male cat to a female cat because of a surgery he had to have medically because of what was going on with him. I wouldn't have him today if I didn't do that.
No, just call him a eunuch. You can call him a eunuch. Or you can call him a trans cat, technically.
I don't mean it in a negative way, but I joke because he on the paperwork when he was adopted in gender they actually listed unknown, and I find it very, very kind of ironic that he had to have that surgery and they listed that on the adoption paperwork. So I just call him my unknown little baby. But now you're gonna get mad at me. Hunter,
Yeah.
come back. He likes you
He
more.
sounds on fire, man. Rawr.
I know. He's very so he's still purring. He just wants to be in Hunter's lap instead of mine. Go. Oh, thank you for all the little gifts.
Okay, thank you for stopping in, Horse. I hope you have a good one. Yeah, there's a lot of nuance to that story people don't know. When I'm an activist, I talk about the part that I want to be an activist about. Mm-hmm. The family part, the part that means something. Thank you. So, I mean, that's the part that I speak about, right? And if I get it to office, then I can try to change some of the system that makes it so unfair. But the part that I speak about is the human interest part. That what if you're a mom of 12 kids? You can't tell me that them kids don't hurt each other, or I mean.
Hell, you should come up to New York, because my mom's situation, the only reason that guy is in New York and can get away with it is if he lived in any other state besides New York, he would have to be on the registry. New York, he does not have to register because the crime happened before the registry existed. So he's grandfathered in on not having to register as a sex offender. So my mom can't comprehend that because he's not on the registry. He should not be around little kids. So my mom's mental disability keeps her from understanding that, and she takes him around her friends that have little kids. So New York is...
And see, that's the same problem with my son. He's going to get out, and his grandmother has no problem bringing him around kids. Mm-hmm. I keep telling him, I said, when you get out, you're going to have to put the foot down. Mm-hmm. You're now 34, even though you don't always understand things. This is something that you're going to have to cement into your head. Yeah. Every single time your grandmother does this bullshit, you're going to have to point your finger and tell her no. Mm-hmm. You cannot have the kids here. You're going to have to treat it like you're allergic to children. I told him, because he doesn't understand. He doesn't understand how to relay it. He understands he can't be around kids, but he doesn't understand how to relay it socially. He doesn't know how to say it socially, right? He doesn't know how to reflect it, right?
Yeah.
So I tell him, you're going to have to act like you're allergic to children. You just, you can't be around children. You're just going to have to act like you can't, because that's the only way you're going to, because where he's at right now, it's a hellhole. They feed them rotten food. They feed them half-cooked food. They give them milk that's sour. I mean, that's the way the prison system is.
I actually had a friend that went to prison up here for a girl who lied about her age.
And so, I mean, that's just, so he told me, he said, I can't wait to get out. And I said, to stay out, you're going to have to listen. I'm going to buy him a phone. I'm going to give him a phone, and my number's going to be right there. All he's got to do is hit a button to talk to me. Call me if you have any questions. If you have any questions about where you can go or who you can see or who you can be around, ask me. Don't just go somewhere, because I just know he's going to be, someone's going to talk him into going somewhere he's not supposed to be. And it's not going to be his fault, because he knows he can't be around kids, but he's going to end up being cornered somewhere.
Yeah.
Because his grandmother's an idiot.
Mm-hmm.
He goes, I don't like confrontation. And I'm like, I know. Do you like being back where you're at now? I said, because if you don't get your dander up and start being confrontational about this, you're going to end up back where you're at. He goes, I love grandma. I don't want to fight with grandma. And I'm like, you have to do this. I know your grandma is a nut. She has got this goofy ass notion that she's got everything under control. I mean, the same way that I thought I had things under control because I'm mom and I had the alarms on the doors and stuff, and the doors were open and everything was going, and I thought I had everything under control for that time period. I thought I had things under control. She's still stuck in that mindset. There is no control. It's either a complete prohibition or nothing. You cannot give an inch on that rule. Good evening, Bob. I love
Hi,
him,
Bob.
but he now has to live with that rule. That is just a rule that he has to live with. You can't be around children. Period. End of discussion. End of whatever. And because his grandma and all the people that support her will say something different, I'm just so scared.
That's how I feel about my mom, because I'm afraid that what is going to happen is he's going to do something to another boy. Because I've seen him do really creepy things around like where we used to live. Like he'll drive the car slowly around a little kid riding their bike and just creep behind them, or he makes my mom turn their phones off when they go to the friend's house who has a baby boy. He did things to a baby boy, a 6-year-old boy. He did sodomy to a 6-year-old boy 3 times. And he is fully taking advantage of my mom because my mom's mentally disabled in her mind and cannot comprehend that he's a bad
And
person.
see, they have to we have to understand there is no compromise. Their mind is broken. That means you don't get to be around children at all. It's not, and they taught my son that in where he's at. There's something broken in your mind. It's something you have to learn to live with. Under no circumstances can you be around children, period.
Well, so the problem with my mom,
you are taught this.
The problem with my mom is that the guy is not on the registry, so he can technically be around children in New York. If it was any other state, he could not be, but New York, he is allowed to be in the same home as children. He's allowed to go to school concerts. He's allowed to go to school football games. He's allowed to do things around children. And this is that guy that because New York State has the stupid grandfather law, he does not have to register. So my mom takes him to people that have kids because she can't comprehend his crimes and his past as bad. And she thinks, well, he loves me, so he's perfect, because that's her mental stability. And I'm worried that my mom's going to take him and be around kids. He's going to do something, and my mom knows the fact of what he did, but for some reason she cannot comprehend that what he did is wrong, and she's going to be in trouble because
See,
of that.
this is the problem. This is the problem. These people don't understand nuance. When doctors talk about this, they tell you these folks were either abused or their brain is just not working right. Okay. And they just don't comprehend love the way we do. They just don't see things the way we do. There's something broken in their brain. So it is a no compromise thing. You have only one way you live.
Yep.
with no contact with any child whatsoever. Period. End of discussion. End of point. End of issue. That is just the way it is. You go where you have to go. If you have to shop in public or whatever, you go where you have to go. In public, you stay out of private spaces as much as possible. If you happen to go in a place where you see a child, you vacate that space immediately. You go through your coping mechanism steps if that happens immediately. You call anybody that you need for your coping mechanisms immediately. You follow all your protocols because they teach them. As soon as they have any kind of thoughts, any kind of contact, that you have coping mechanisms. These are things that you do when this comes up. These are things that you have to do when this comes up, so that you don't end up back in prison.
Mm-hmm.
But because, and this is his first offense, so he's going to get this shot, but he knows exactly what I'm talking about. You get out and you do it again, you're done. You ain't never getting out. So so I go through this with him all the time when we talk on the phone. You better tell your grandma to get the shit out of her ears, man. You better make sure everybody knows, because this is your freedom. You will be condemned to this crap the rest of your life if you do not stay away from children. End of discussion. And it's only out of love that I tell him that. I don't want to see him back in there. But you know what? If you do that, that's where you go. Just like the judge said when he gave him the sentence, we have a duty to protect the public.
Mm-hmm.
Even though we know your brain is broken.
I actually have a question for you.
Even if we know your brain is broken. Even if we know that you don't think straight, or you don't understand things the same way, or that somehow you have an impulse control problem, you still can't do this shit. And if we catch you, if you do it again, you go back and you never come out again. And he has to understand that. And you know what? When I talk to him, he does. But then he hears grandmother on the phone with the little ones in the background while she's on the phone. And I'm like, and he got in trouble on the phone because he was on the phone with her, and they monitor your phone calls, right?
Yeah.
So he was on the phone with her, and then she was handing the phone off to the kids to talk to him because they're cousins. And I'm like, no, that's not how this works. You don't get privilege because you're related. He's not allowed to talk to children.
Yeah, because even with my friend being in prison, when I had to wait until I was 18 for my, because I was 17 and he was. It seems awfully like he had it. He never tried to do anything with me. I was a best friend, basically. I'm actually the one that tried being in a relationship with him.
One of the things that they have found with people that have a broken love map, okay, that somehow, here's the thing about a broken love map, is that when you're a child and you have love, you love your mommy, you love your daddy, you love your siblings, that's a different kind of love than the love you have for a husband or a boyfriend or a fiance, right? The love is different. There's a difference between love for family and love for your spouse, right?
I mean, my fiance is
People
a completely
with
polar
a broken
opposite,
love map,
because he has a disconnect with emotional connection. So I've always struggled with this because I am a very loving person. So when he describes it that he can't love. He can't comprehend love. Whatever our idea of love is, he
Who
does
is
not
this?
have. My fiance.
Oh, okay.
He said he doesn't feel like he needs people to survive. He said having people around isn't terrible,
Well, but he loves you, right?
but you love me, right? He said, yeah, when I'm here. Once I'm not here, he doesn't mean it in a negative. It's just I don't take personal offense to it because I know that he's had his own issues growing up. Just as Avad has.
I know. I
Yeah.
kind of get what he's saying. I kind of get what he's saying.
Yeah.
I kind of get it.
What do you call yourself?
But so what I mean,
he said he thinks technically the definition for his personal traits would be a sociopath. He knows right from wrong, but he lacks that like connection with people, or really the care
does
of.
he care about, is he nice to animals and babies?
Yes.
Then he's not a sociopath.
Oh, he loves kids. He says that he hates kids,
Then he's
but
fine.
listen.
Then he's fine.
Tomorrow
Then
we're
he's
going to
fine.
see his sister's newborn.
Then he's fine. Okay.
He said kids are innocent, and they're the only thing of innocence. And you must protect
So
kids.
when scientists have studied, and they say that a normal person's love map has this map where it maps out your love for your mom and your love for your parents and your love for your siblings, and then it maps out a separate trail for the love of your life, your romantic love, your love to mate, your love to, find that person that you want to spend the rest of your life with, right? Or the love that you have to copulate or have sex or whatever. Okay. So that these on your love map, these are two different trails. But when their brain is broken, or when they've been victims of SA or abuse, and sometimes it's being a victim, and sometimes it's just something wrong with their brain, the love maps don't work right. They kind of break off and kind of intermingle, right? Or they kind of break off at one end and conjoin at another end, or they kind of don't match right. Okay. Your love map is broken. It's not working the way it's supposed to, right? And I'm not a doctor. I can't really give you more specifics than that. I just know that if your love map is broken, something akin to what they might say daddy issues, right? If your dad was never there when you were a child, you never had that love of a father, when you grow up, you might confuse the love of having sex and having a sexual partner with the love of somebody that you might be missing from the love of your dad. Your love map might be broken. You get what I'm saying? So
I could say something humorous, but I don't want to offend anybody. I was going to say,
you get what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I didn't have my dad.
It's not the time to be a smarty pants, Meeks. We're just having a conversation, okay? So we got other people in here, so I'm trying to make a point, all right? So in other words, sometimes the love map and what you think it is and how you understand it doesn't exactly work right, okay? So in a normal love map, the family's all together. A child has the normal love of a father and a mother, and everything works out peachy keen. And then they grow up and they have a normal puberty and a normal life, and they find somebody to live the rest of their life with, or they date or whatever. But it doesn't always work out that way, right? So sometimes abusive situations or other things happen, and the love map just doesn't work out right. And that's when they say that your love map is broken. And for some people, especially people that end up abusing underage individuals, the love map is really broken.
Mm-hmm.
And so the thing that keeps us from thinking about that kind of thing and makes us go, that is just absolutely disgustingly horrible. They don't have that. That little thing in our mind that thinks that, theirs is broken. Their switch for that is gone. And so for them, they can't tell between that and the love of a sibling and the love of a mom and the love that, there's
Mm-hmm.
something in there that's wrong.
Whatever
And
love they
so
receive is really
that's
all the
what's
love they
wrong.
see.
Right.
Well,
So
so if you
somehow that abuse or whatever is wrong in their mind, somehow they've equated that with the only way they can show affection or the only way they see things the way it goes. Anyway, however you see it, it's broken. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Which means that however it's broken, whoever ends up being on the victim side of that brokenness, that person, that side needs protected, right? And
Mm-hmm.
in fact, doctors now say that there is no limit to the victim, because they explained to me afterwards, they said, even though somebody who perpetrates on a certain type of person all the time, a certain type of victim, if they can't get that certain victim, they will find whoever they can. Right? I didn't know that either. Right? But I mean, so you always have to make sure that you have this safety hook in place so that you make sure their love map doesn't go out of the realm of where it's supposed to stay. And that means that they have to understand that they can't be around children at all, ever, never, completely. It doesn't matter if you have your own. It doesn't matter if you have relatives. It doesn't matter if you inherited billions of dollars from them. It doesn't matter. You can't be around them at
Mm-hmm.
all. Because your love map is broke. You have no control over who you are around them. You've obviously proven that. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in the state you are, where you can't be around them. So,
Mm-hmm.
and the problem with society is that they're not supportive in that. Instead of being supportive in that right there, they want to be condemning. They want to be nasty about it. They want to be hateful about it, instead of supporting the solution and saying, we support having a community for these people on their own, by themselves. And no, they're not part of the LGBTQ community. No, they're not part of this other community. They are their own community. And I don't give a shit what you call them, but they're just part of their own community.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's the issue. If we don't talk about it, nobody's ever going to come to the determination that we have to make this a reality situation and some kind of a boogeyman that we're all just going to hold up some kind of weapon against.
Mm-hmm.
As long as we keep thinking that we're going to hold up a weapon against a boogeyman, people are going to keep hiding it. People are going to keep covering it up because they think they're protecting somebody they love. That is a fact. Oh, and only in protecting who you love can you solve the problem. So if you want to protect not just the victim, but the person that commits the crime,
Get out of my M&Ms.
then you have to be willing to understand that their brain is messed up and they have to follow certain rules. We can't keep thinking that we're just going to give this drastic all-out punishment for somebody when their brain doesn't work right. And we can't put them in with other people that actually have like the LGBTQ community. They don't belong there either. This whole idea that we're going to put these people with the LGBT, This whole idea that we're going to put these people that can't stay away from children in the LGBTQ community is ridiculous. What is he doing?
Okay, so my cat
He looks vicious.
he loves hospital bands for some reason, and I was in the hospital, so this is an allergy band. He saw it sitting over on my side of the bed, so he went and grabbed it. So I had to show you because it's really funny. Like, he will obsess over this.
Goofy. You know what? My cat licks the paper off the toilet paper bag.
Well,
like when I buy a big thing of toilet paper and it's sitting there in my bathroom, my cat will just walk up to it and lick the toilet paper container like there's something good on that plastic. I'm like, I don't get it.
He's very particular, so he won't eat this one. He maybe will eat this one, but this is the type he really loves. And he's staring at me like he wants to fight me over this right now.
He wants your allergies. He wants your allergies.
He really does. He wants an allergy alert. Like,
did you ever put it on him like a collar and see what he does?
He hates collars. He gets them caught in his mouth. But
I torment you know what? I love messing with my cat. I torment my cat all the time. It's kind of funny. I'll put a collar on him, or I'll put a bracelet on him like a collar and be like, look at you. Shoo shoo doo. And they'll be like, get this crazy thing off my what do I look like, a dog?
I love my cats. I have 3 cats, 2 dogs, 2 giant fish tanks, a lizard, a bird at my grandma's because she's babysitting it because we're remodeling. So we can't have the bird here because it's not safe for her.
But look at that. You got Storm to make a comment. How about that? Look at that. Quiet little Storm came in and said, oh, pretty kitty.
He's a cutie. Don't tell him, but my other one's cuter.
And this is the whole thing. What I mean, like, if you're going to be a leader, you got to take the punches.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I know that I get in my feels and I get in my tears and shit, but I get in my feels because I'm trying to share something because I don't want people to be alone. And then sometimes there's just the judgment hurts, and then you're trying to share a story and get a point across, and you get frustrated. It's not always that they hurt my feelings, because I'm not so fragile. Not really. It's that I have, like I said, 6 or 7. I don't know. I'm going to have to start counting it up and getting that number straight before they call me a liar. But I got like 6 or 7 diagnoses on the paperwork. And so I can't, and plus I've had Bell's palsy 3 times. If you know what Bell's palsy is, you know that my eye muscles are not very strong. So it's real easy for me to cry.
Got the whole
and I got into it with a guy that was going to be my and I got into it with a guy that was going to be my campaign manager today, because we had a 2-hour conversation right before Thanksgiving. And then we started talking today on the phone, and he started asking me all kinds of shit that we already talked about before Thanksgiving. And I got kind of upset, and I'm like, oh, what? We had this big old 2-hour conversation and you don't remember shit? My time isn't valuable enough that you don't remember what we had a conversation about? I mean, none of it. How about you go ahead and suck it?
People are assholes. They really
and
are.
I hung up on him. And I hung up on him. And he got in his feels about being hung up on. And he goes, how dare you hang up on me? I dare a lot, bitch. Who am I? You ain't no one special. Oh, you think because you worked on a campaign before that you get to talk shit to me? Oh, fuck you. You ain't your shit don't smell like roses. When you take a dump, it don't smell no better than mine. Who are you to sit there and get all in your feels about me and talk to me like you some kind of big bad boy and I should look up to you and kiss your ass so that I can run for office? Fuck you, I'll do it myself. I mean, damn. For crying out loud. We had a full-on 2-hour discussion right before Thanksgiving talking about how we were going to plan on the campaign, getting things started, getting my crew together, and then we talked today, and he don't remember fuck all shit. I understand missing a couple points or not remembering everything, but you gonna tell me you don't remember nothing out of that 2-hour conversation? I'm gonna sit here and repeat myself for another 2 hours? Oh, to fuck that. Was I just talking to hear myself talk the other day? I'm sorry, you got this Mary Jane messed up with somebody that gives a fuck. Just gonna sit there and act like, really?
People do though.
I'm sorry,
People
that
are assholes
misogyny
like
just,
that.
I mean, no, and I'm serious. Like, if people show you who they are, fucking believe that shit. Because that 2-hour conversation, we had a serious chat about you know he knew all my how my ideology was. He was like, "This is how you believe, don't you?" I can just hear it in your voice. You were offended when I said something about being. I mean, he just he was in the groove with me, and now a week and a half later, you can't remember fuck all about that conversation.
Yeah.
And his excuse is you had an emergency with your mom. Your mom is still here. She didn't end up in the hospital or nothing. She's just fine and dandy and she's okay. It wasn't that big of a freaking deal.
I was diagnosed with PTSD depression. So I always the best way to explain it is if the simplest things will set me off, like feeling like I'm too annoying or something so if I'm trying to have a conversation with Hunter and he's really not having it, basically he'll be like, "Oh, you're really annoying me right now." I'll probably be in the bathroom crying on the floor. I'm a really sensitive person. Like I am overly sensitive. And that is because of how I was raised. My first job I worked at a McDonald's and I came home with my first check and my grandma said, "Sign it over or you're going to find a new place to live. Like you're going to be kicked out." That's how I was always treated about money. I was kind of, I don't want to be mean because she raised me, but that's my mentality. I still love her because she raised me, but I keep my distance because she's very abusive when it comes to money. And it comes to money, she'll forget anything that she says, negative or hatefulness, as soon as you bring up finance to it. Like, for example, we were talking fine, having a good conversation, and I had left work last night because I had a panic attack because of everything going on in my life. And I came home, I called her crying on my way home, and she's like, you know, you're not going to be able to afford it. Like, it immediately goes to the money aspect of it. Like, nothing else really mattered except for the money, if that makes sense.
Oh, yeah.
My fiance is actually the one that helped me work through that, through my life, learning that I didn't have to let someone take advantage of me like that.
And I think that people don't realize that sometimes when we take something personally, It's because we've lived through something on a very
Mhm.
personal basis, and you relate to it in a personal way. You know,
Well,
there's so many parts of my world that I can look at. Not only can I relate to, one thing or another thing, I can also relate to so many different things because, well, like I said before, I've got like this rock hard memory. Like my long-term memory is killer. Like I can remember shit from, all I have to do is think about a certain thing or happen. I remember being like 5 years old and my mother putting a string around my neck with a key, telling me, all right, now, if I'm not home, when you get home from school, you just come in and lock the door and I'll be there. I'll be there as soon as I get there. I mean, and I was just a little kid, coming home from kindergarten or whatever. Back in those days, back Gen X, we did it all ourselves, right?
yeah.
I mean, so, but I mean, and not just that. I remember being a little toddler and my father picking me up and carrying me up the stairs to my bed and tucking me into bed and putting the covers over me and giving me a kiss goodnight. I actually remember that. I remember another time that I saw a ghost in my room. Almost looked like Cinderella. But I live in a town that has a very rich history of people being unalive. So,
Mm.
so she very much looked like somebody from like the 1800s back in the day, in that type of garb and dress, and somebody that just, and to this day I believe it was a ghost or figment of some sort. But as a small child, and I didn't have any fear. It was just something that showed up, and I was just looking at it like, oh, what gives? you know and you're a little child, you don't know to fear, it, you don't know to be afraid of something, right? You
It's
just see it appear, and you're like, oh, cool,
it's okay. I had
what's that?
they put me on some ADHD medication. So I actually have a hearing problem where if I
Mm-hmm.
hear things differently, so they deemed it as ADHD because I paid attention differently in class. So I would look around a lot. So I was one that was not meant to go on ADD meds, but I got put on them and I became schizophrenic. The best way to describe it is I had a shadow friend that would sit outside my door and read me bedtime stories. And as soon as I told my grandma that, she just lost her complete shit and was like, yeah, we're not putting you through this medicine. And then they gave me a different medicine, which that one, like all of them had like almost onset of fear. The next one was I got put on and it made me to the point where, like, say this is my food right here. I'd be like, Hunter, can you eat this for me first? Because I want to make sure I'm not being poisoned. Like, I thought no matter what, my own family was trying to poison me to death. So I would make somebody take a bite off my plate before I ate something. And I can't tell you how traumatizing that is to go through as a kid, because now growing up, I feel like I just don't want to take medicines because of the way they make me feel, and the way they made me feel in the past. When I really need to, I will, but like anxiety meds and like the medicines that really mess with your brain, I just don't want to be altered like that, I guess I could say.
They had forced me to put my son on meds when he was little. I didn't have a choice. That was back in the 80s. Or that
Yeah.
that was in 93. No, 93, 94. No, 93 was when he was in kindergarten, and they blamed me for him not doing well in kindergarten because they said I wouldn't I wouldn't take him to the doctor and put him on med in kindergarten. I didn't want to put my little child on meds. I was like, he's just little. Why do I want to put a little kid on medication? But then
I mean, it
they
can
told me,
really affect
they
them
told
and
me,
how
they
they
said,
grow
if
up.
you don't, well, that's just it. He's at a full grown man. He's only 5'6".
Mm.
I was 5'9" before I lost an inch.
I'm 4'11".
I know you're a shrimp, but we can't say the other word
I know.
unless you're somebody special. Because I heard somebody say it like 3 times in a row and nothing happened to him. So
I'm surprised. Like, that's the only thing. Like, someone told me you're not allowed to say it. So then I said it like 10 times laughing about it. Cause I'm like, well, I'm technically like 1 inch away from being blank, da 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 da. So I should be able to technically say it because I feel like I'm close enough to being that size.
and then
Nope. Yep.
and then poof. Oops, there it goes another.
Like, I can still shop
But
in the junior section for females.
I know. Hush your mouth. I have to I have to buy men's t-shirts because they don't make women's t-shirts tall enough for me.
I mean, I'm very proud of my small gene. It like, I don't know. There's only 3 of us in my family, or 4, that have it. Me, my cousin, my other cousin, and then my great grandmother who passed. So my great grandma was the rock in the family. So I'm fine being short because it means I'm just like her.
But yeah, and I think we all come from a different place. Like I said, I think part of the reason why I have more introspective than other people is because I from so many different backgrounds and I've observed so many different things. And like I said, that he was in first grade. I didn't have a choice. I had to take him to the local mental health center, and they started him on Ritalin. And I think it was after the first year or so, it wasn't working. And then they put him on Adderall. And then began the wonderful little trip along the Adderall Risperidol transfer trip that we went through for about 4 or 5 years, where his body would get used to one after 6 months to a year and a half, and then we would have to switch over. And then he would have that one to anywhere from 6 months to a year and a half, and it would stop working, and then we would have to switch back over to the other one. And it went back and forth like that for about 5 or 6 years until they started putting him on Risperidol.
I mean, the one that the doctors for the situation I went through got me on is for anxiety is hydroxyzine. It works, but it knocks me out. So I can't take it for the every 8 hours because I have to go to work.
Hydroxyzine, isn't that a like a cough medicine?
It's anxiety.
Oh, okay.
They have me on, where is it? Tramadol, as I say it, Tramadol, hydroxyzine.
Oh,
and then
yeah, I think I took that. Let me see.
If the tramadol
Oh, no,
doesn't work, they gave me
I'm on
morphine.
Topramate. I'm on Topramate and Luvox.
But they
I've
gave
been
me
on
the
Luvox
tramadol
since 2006.
Yeah, they gave me the tramadol and morphine for the pain, my lower back and migraine, but
Who gives you morphine?
the hospital. I didn't want it.
Where you live?
New York.
Shit. They
Like,
give you nothing like that around here. Shit.
I'm not even lying. Like,
Mm-mm.
mm,
Yeah, I take
they literally gave me morphine. And
I take
so they actually prescribed the
I take
morphine
the
to me.
is that the one I take at night? I take one at night. Let me see what that one is I take. Well, I'm supposed to take it at night. I don't take it because it knocks me out. Oh no, that's trazodone. That's the
Oh,
one I take at night.
Tradenozone's a tranquilizer one, but the morphine, so before I was assaulted at the AMC, I was in the hospital a week prior to a dying gallbladder. They didn't remove it because it's got to have like a 3-strike rule. I have to end up in the hospital 3 times from it before they'll remove it. It has to be completely dead before they remove it, basically.
Oh well,
So I
that's
have
why they
to,
gave you the morphine.
yeah, basically just to make me
You know
not
when
feel pain.
when they took out my gallbladder? They took out my gallbladder when I was 4.5 months pregnant with my son.
I wish they would just take that
Because
stupid
my
thing out.
my
It hurts.
I was pregnant with my son, and my gallbladder pretty much just went kaput, and I was having those pains in my side, so I was in pain for like 6 hours because I went to the ER, and they were like, "Oh no, you're pregnant. We ain't touching you for shit. We got to get the OB in here." And the OB was delivering twins, so I was going to sit there. I was going to
Yeah.
sit there in the ER and be miserable until the OB got in there, right?
Well,
So
the hospital told me that I
anyway,
was not allowed to drive home on the morphine. And I'm like, well, I'm not feeling tired. Like, it didn't make me tired. It actually made me, I had to stop taking it because he went back to work for a day, like
hi
after the
Steve.
hospital. And I sat in this corner of the bedroom thinking I was going to be unalived by the time he got home because it made me so paranoid that I thought something was going to hurt me. I will never take morphine again.
How you doing, Steve?
Fine. How are you?
All right.
I know you had a tough day today. I saw before. I was sorry. I saw you crying,
Can you
but
put
I was showing some
no,
love
can you
in the
put the cap
background.
on
It's
it?
all right. I know.
Can you
Some
put it
people
on
think
and
life is cut
push
and
it on
dry.
its
It's
thing?
not that simple.
We all got things we're going through.
Well, you can't love one child and not love the other.
And you can't love anybody else unless you
It
love
doesn't
yourself.
work that way.
True.
It starts with you. Gotta
But
love
see,
yourself.
this is like this is the way that I have therapy though, because when I come on here and I share things and I know somebody out there that's not saying anything is listening and being like, I'm not alone. Somebody else is going through that shit too. Somebody else is going through that kind of family horse shit too.
Right.
And they don't have to tell me that they are. We're in a country of 330 million people. We're on a planet of what, 3 trillion or something like that?
Billion.
I don't know.
Gonna be 4 billion.
4 billion. I don't know. It tells you how many much. I'm just guessing at the numbers.
Yeah. Oh no, I think it's more like
But
7. I'm sorry. I think it's 7 billion.
But I mean,
it's a lot.
And everybody's so judgmental and they have no idea because they weren't there.
People like to tear others down to build themselves up.
And then people are like, "Oh, you should never run. You should never run for office." And I'm like, you think I would say something about something that wasn't public knowledge? I mean, do you think I would actually talk about something that wasn't already public knowledge? Because about 10 years ago, I actually spoke about this on the steps of Harrisburg, speaking on behalf of victims.
Really?
On this exact story.
Right.
So it's not a secret.
Right.
I keep telling people my skeletons are drinking beer in the living room. They're not in the closet.
I like that saying,
They
by
can
the way.
believe me if they want.
Well, I don't know if you know it, but I live in Cartersville, Georgia, and about 10 minutes north of me is the Marjorie Taylor Greene, where she represents. And I told my wife I wanted to move to Dalton, Georgia, just so I could run against her. I would go door to door and speak to everyone, and I would have to run as a Republican in the primary because I could never beat her as a Democrat. But I would love to run against her and start spreading some love instead of hate.
You know what though? You might not be able to beat her as a Democrat, but don't be so sure.
No,
because
she just won a primary. She just won the election over this guy Flowers. He was a pretty good guy, and he got crushed like 80% to 20. The only way she's going to lose is because they'd rather vote for a knucklehead Republican than God if God ran as a Democrat. So the only way to beat her would be running in the primary as a Republican, and I would do it. I think we got to get rid of her. She's very, very cruel.
She is, that's for sure.
But that's what we're here in Georgia.
I told my friends the other night, I was like, they better hope I don't make it to Washington because I'll be in the bathroom with her to having a nice little chat on break.
Well, if I was
Marjorie, we need to have a chat.
Yeah, if I was in Washington and I was in my office and she opened up my mail slot and started yelling things through the mail slot, I know what I would do with my umbrella. Did you hear about that? She was in Washington and she was at AOC's door and she was putting the mail slot open and screaming obscenities into her.
That's because she's a fake ass Christian bitch.
You might have a point there.
As I said, man, people don't know what a Christian is because they're fake ass themselves, man. They don't know what being real is. People can say whatever they want about somebody on here, but I'm not fake.
Me neither.
They can say whatever they want. They try to say my story changes over time. My story don't change. You just don't listen to it all the way through. That I was on that other live and they said, that's not what you said earlier. No, people were asking me questions. I was answering the specific question, but sometimes when they ask me a question, the answer to the question is not in the same time frame. So if you're asking me a question, this answer might be in 1990 and not in 2010.
Right.
And I tried to say, my children are a generation apart.
When I was a child, I had a bad experience. When I was a child, I had a bad experience with some neighborhood boys. I won't go into it now, but just rest assured, I feel you and I love you, and I'm always here for you if you need somebody to talk to.
I know, honey. I appreciate you.
And here you thought I voted for the wrong guy when you met me.
I know. I was like, who that? Wait, yeah, because we were both thinking that we were both from the opposite side. We're like,
yeah.
Okay.
Hey Meek, I live in Georgia, so we have a runoff election here. And she asked me, who did you vote for? I said, the black guy. And she said, wait a second, they're both black.
Oh, first he said the good guy.
Yeah, the good guy.
And then I said, well, which one was the good guy? And he goes, the black guy. Meeks is kind of independent, but I think that she leans a little bit conservative. I don't know. I can't speak for Meeks.
Yeah,
but
I mean, doesn't matter who you voted for. We got to love each other. Got to love each other.
I didn't vote because New York State doesn't like. It's no matter what vote goes through, it's just going to be a Democrat state.
Yeah, but a lot of Republicans won. You have to look at the issues and not the BS you see on TV.
Yeah.
You got to go look at how they voted on C-SPAN. You got to look at the votes, look at the totals, look at actually how they voted. Read the law they're voting on. See if you agreed with it, see if you didn't agree with it, and then look at how they voted. Don't believe all this cockamamie bullshit.
I will say I wish I paid more attention to voting and whatnot when what was his face? Who was the guy that was just kicked out of office up here?
Cuomo
made it the law, which is if I press charges on a female, my address gets given. So I would have fought that because that's not. People should not
know where
have
you live.
to feel that they are going to be in more harm with that coming. I guess that should not even be a law. That should be something that should be confidential, but it's not anymore.
Well, somebody who's computer savvy could find anybody. It's
yeah,
and
that's why
the
I
world
was like,
we're living
whatever.
in. That's the world we're living in.
Well, you know what? I realized that they were I realized that I had my YouTube hooked up here, and I realized that they were able to see my YouTube because my name's on my YouTube. So that's how they were so easily doxing me. So I just popped it off of there. But I don't care because if I'm going to run for office, they're going to know who I am anyway.
Yeah,
that doesn't bother me. What bothers me is that you're so vindictive and so angry about somebody who doesn't agree with you, or you're so hateful that you're trying to hurt somebody that you would go to the trouble of looking on their account, seeing who they are, and then putting their real name on there just to try to hurt somebody, dox them, or put them on the spot. That's what bothers me. Because if you would do it to me, you would do it to a whole bunch of other people. And not everybody's like me. Not everybody's strong. Not everybody's is like, I don't fuck around and find out. Or go eat your bowl of ugly Richards. Or whatever, Now, not everybody's like me. Not everybody takes it on the chin, has a little cry, and moves on. Okay? Right. Because as much as they look at my tears and think that makes me weak, like I said it before, no. It
makes you human. It doesn't make you weak. It makes you human.
It just makes me reactive.
Tell that to my fiance.
I react to the moment.
Don't be afraid to cry, brother.
And then I allow, because like I said, I've had Bell's palsy 3 times. So if you know what that is, you know that my eye muscles aren't very strong. So it's not like I can control that. So I allow it. I embrace it. I understand where it comes from, and then I build strength on it, and I get pissed.
Yeah, Bell's palsy is a tough one when your face is all paralyzed.
And hope. Yeah, and I've had it on both sides, and I've had it 3 times.
I couldn't tell by just looking at you.
You can if I smile real big, or like when I raise my eyebrows. Sometimes you can see a little bit, like this one doesn't come up all the way, But I had therapy for over a year. I had therapy on my face for over a year because I had it so bad the one time that my entire face was paralyzed and it did not come back.
Right.
Isn't that what your friend? I think Hunter's friend at work had that. What happened with his face?
Where half your face goes paralyzed.
Yes. Half his face was paralyzed. Yeah.
Yeah, you droop down on one side.
He didn't know what it was called, but yeah, he was just palsy.
Right. It looks
Yeah.
like you're having a stroke, but it's
It
just
looked like he was
and
having
see,
a
I've had
stroke.
it 3 times, and the
Yeah.
worst was when I had it from some kind of a virus.
Right.
The other 2 times they didn't know what it was from. But the first time I had it, I was pregnant with my son at 9 months, and it was just from swelling behind my ear and from, because I was 9 months ready to pop. And I was just all swollen everywhere. And I got it. And after I had my son, everything came back to normal.
Yeah. You drool.
The
You drool.
second time I got it, yeah.
I already
And the
drool
second
in
time
my
I got
sleep.
it, it was in 2001 in the summer. And I had it so bad, I had this massive pain in the back of my neck back here, and it hurt so bad I couldn't even see straight. Like I was seeing like traffic lights in my face. It hurt so bad.
When I was a
And I
kid,
went to the doctor and I had to take antivirals and everything.
my baseball coach, only 14 years old, Pony League coach George, he got Bell's palsy, and he was young. He was only in his I want to say 40. He was young. And then Tammy's stepfather, he got it, and he had it bad for the rest of his life. You could tell, that he had it. It was almost like you said he was recovering from a stroke.
When I was pregnant with my son and I got it, I was 20. And then in 2001, I think I was 37 or 38. No, not that old because I was born in 68.
All right, so you were like,
so 32, 33. I was 33.
33 or 34.
So I was 33 that when I got it really bad. And I mean, I had to go every other day and get a TENS unit all across my face to get my lips to move back to where they should be, to get everything to work the way it's supposed to be, everything. I mean, I worked hard on that because it just did not want to come back. The way you said your friend's face was that way forever before they had the TENS unit and had the therapy where they could bring it back.
Yeah, my wife's my wife's stepfather, Jimmy, he just recently passed away, but he had it, and for the next 10 years, it drooped a little bit,
I mean, it was bad. Yeah. And then probably about 5 years ago, I had a very, very light case of it. As soon as I started getting the symptoms, I went to the doctor, started an antiviral, started like boom, boom, boom. We're not even going to start this shit. I felt it, I knew it was coming and everything. Yep. Bell's palsy. So, I mean, so yeah, some asshole told me after the second time I'd never get it again. And then somebody, after I got it the third time, somebody was like, I don't know what they were telling you because you got it now. I was like, oh, damn.
Well, that sounds about right with the medical field of like, you'll never get it again. That's how.
Paula, Bell's palsy is it's almost like you have a stroke just in your face, and one side droops down. Oh, you had it? Oh, okay.
Yeah, usually you can get it and you can do physical therapy. You can get everything back to normal. But unfortunately for some people, if you get it with a virus or you get it real bad, I'm telling you what, I had that virus, that pain in the back of my head, even with very high painkillers, I could still feel that shit. That's how bad
you know
it
what
hurt.
Rocky Mountain spotted fever is?
Mm-hmm. Isn't that from a tick?
Yep. So this happened in 2018 to 2019. My fiance got bit by a tick at a hayride. That's the only time that he was really out in the woods. And then about November, he started getting really sick. And whenever we would go to the hospital, we were actually accused of being young kids that were just seeking for drugs and pushed off to the side for a whole year. It caused neurological damage down his leg. His leg became with some issues with paralysis, but it went on for a year. His head hurts all the time, lingering effects. He has some nerve damage still, but it's just the doctors up here. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not saying all of them, but for the majority up here, doctors are not good. It's very hard to find a good network up here that will support you or
Where
not
are
make you
you?
feel
Are you near
uncomfortable.
Syracuse? Or are you near Buffalo or Syracuse? Or
So
Albany?
I am in the dead center of Rochester and Syracuse. Like literally, if you were to tie a string in the middle of it, I'm in the middle.
Okay.
Well,
Years ago,
Buffalo and
back in
Syracuse.
1992, I had the chance to transfer to Syracuse with Anheuser-Busch. And I had gone up there, and at the time the houses were pretty cheap. You can get a nice house, for like 60,000. It was great, but then all of a sudden, I came to my senses and I said, you know what? One day I'm going to be old and I'm not going to be able to shovel this snow and the cold weather. So I didn't do it. I didn't transfer.
Yeah.
Budweiser had a brewery in Syracuse.
Lovey, you can't
Baldwin's
come up. They still have you banned. Did you appeal it?
I feel bad because like it's just sad because like so I'm gonna put him on blast here, but for example, he just had a colonoscopy and I've never had them ever say that they had to stay in the room when he got dressed. This time they did. And he was uncomfortable with that. And the nurse made a comment, well, I'm old enough to be your mom, so let's just see it. And it was just like,
well, since you appealed it now, hopefully, hateful. Hopefully you'll get it back. If not, you'll still be able to come back. But if you want to start another account and go pay $5 for your 1,000 followers.
Where are you paying? I don't want to get anybody in trouble, but where's everybody paying $5? Because I paid $20.
Etsy.
Believe it or not, I just went into a site.
1,000 followers.
I went into a live in Australia. There's a girl there. Her name is Bluebells. BLUEBELLS 1974. And when you go in there, she's got hundreds of people in the room, and they just follow each other. So they get up to 1,000 really quickly. I did it in like 3 days. She's really cool. She plays like live dance music, and she wears little red horns, and she has neon, and she writes your name on a chalkboard behind her in neon pen.
Oh,
she's
Bluebells?
Cool. Bluebells.
Yeah, I love her. Her positivity, like even though she just says, just tap and share, and share. I just
does she have a lot of energy? I wish I had half her energy. Oh my God, she goes 8 hours straight. Would you?
My fiance looks over. Yeah, my fiance looks over and he's like, "What are you watching?" And I'm like, "Just tap and share, and share." And it's just like it's catchy.
Did it work for you? Did you get 1,000 followers real quick?
Yeah, like 3 days. And right now, every once in a while I'll still go in there for a little bit. Now I'm up to like, I don't know if you look, maybe 1,600 or so. And the music is good.
Other one,
you don't have to send gifts. It's not like it costs you anything. You don't have to send gifts. Just tap the screen. You have to like the host. Of course, you have to follow the host. And then if she sees you in there, if you write something, she'll say, "Oh, there's Rosebud," and she puts your name up on the board so people can see it, and then everybody follows you.
I've actually been I gifted her because I just love her positive vibes.
Yep.
But I gifted her and I became like her #1 gifter for the night, and she like made a whole personalized video for me. I'm just like, aw.
She's cool.
And then like with what I've been going through, she actually went on and has been showing me a lot of love on my comment, like my personal page with what I went through, and just been like, I hope you're okay. If you need anything, just reach out to me. I'm here. And I'm like, thank you so much. I'm doing a lot better. But like,
it's not just all about her. It's not just all about her. She went on mine.
Okay, I got my tiny little brand new account from Facebook. I accidentally created. I was trying to log into this
That's
account.
actually really cool. Hunter, look at that.
You like Snoop?
Yeah.
Here,
Snoop Dogg.
Check it out. How big this thing is. My wife won it in a contest.
Wow.
It's for Corona. My wife won that for me because she knows I love Snoop in a Corona contest, and I got I got a T-shirt and I got the robe that he wears in the commercial.
I'm off to show you now my collectibles.
Isn't that
Got me
cool?
going.
Isn't that cool, Rosebud?
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's jamming. I
She
A
knows
little
how
bit
to.
of positivity. My
Huh?
beautiful treat. Little bit of positivity, my beautiful
I
tree.
know I need to get my ass together and rearrange my living room. I've been putting it off for a week.
So me and
I'm
my
like,
fiance actually collect a thing called Funko Pops.
Oh, my son does too.
Oh, his collection is beyond.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
hold on. There you go.
Oh wow. So he
oh,
must
I know
have
what you're talking
some
about.
of
Them
the
little
rare
goofy
variants, huh?
doll things, huh?
I have, this is my favorite one. I have a bunch of favorites. Don't let me lie to you.
That's nice.
My grumpy cat.
So this other account that I started, it's called rosebud.kimberly. So if you want to follow that account.
Okay. I'll look it up. This one's a rare one. I got this one for $2 at the box lunch store at the mall.
Michael Scott burned foot Funko Pop.
I might have that. Might. But the Thumper I got for $2 and he's now worth like 30. Wow. And Hunter, like my fiance said that he would never be worth money because he's on sale, so nobody's gonna want him. And like right after buying him, he skyrocketed. And this is my Eeyore. These are my little night lights.
Remember when that movie came out, Django Unchained?
Oh, Django.
Yeah. Well, they had these dolls on Amazon, and my son Kyle collects a lot of stuff, and he was going to get the whole set. Well, what happened was he didn't do it, and then they stopped selling them because it was like slavery and it was like a hot topic. They were going for like $2,500 for a set on eBay, and he could have had them for like $80, the whole set, and he didn't do it.
This is my favorite that I bought him.
Oh, see,
but
that's my favorite concert of all time was Queen, Madison Square Garden, 1980.
This one,
11th row.
This one would be worth at least 170 right now. But this guy was broken on the back of his head.
Oh.
But I got him. I got this from Walmart. Instead of having to pay $50 for it, I got it for $5.
Wow. I love Freddie Mercury.
And I mean, just kind of like taking a little bit of glue. Like, we're not going to sell them, but it's not going to be worth anything. But like, it's just the value of Hunter loves them as he's literally watched the movie like 70 times.
Okay.
What, Bohemian Rhapsody?
Yep.
Yeah, I love Freddie Mercury. Tell your fiance I saw him at the height of his career, the Fat Bottom Girls tour, Madison Square Garden, 11th row.
Oh, I bet you that was a good tour.
Best show I ever saw in my life.
I don't even know. What was that shit? Me and my new computer, sometimes I just don't even know.
I haven't got bananaed for showing my fish yet. But I have a pair of Oscars, which they're cousins of a piranha.
Oh, I know Oscars. Do you feed them live
Oscars
fish?
Are pretty cool.
I feed them live, and I also feed them their pebbles and flakes. Mm-hmm. I also have an eel in here, but he doesn't like to come out and play.
How big is that tank? 75?
This one's a 55.
Oh, 55, so it's not as deep as the 75. Yeah.
I actually have a 75 right there.
Oh, okay. I have a 125. A 6-foot 125 down the base, down in the garage. African cichlids.
This should be good for them for now.
Mm-hmm.
It's not gonna sound awful, but I'm actually waiting for these guys to completely unalive. I'm feeding
Dude, don't we
them.
all do that with fish though? Be like, I'm about to start my new tank. I got 10 in here that they ain't died yet. As soon as they die, we're gonna start the whole thing up.
Well, I want like an angelfish and whatnot, but I can't have them with the
Gouramis,
amount of ammonia they have.
red tail
And
shark.
these guys are just so aggressive,
Yeah.
which I love them. And like,
Some of
so
them are
this
very
tank,
aggressive. You gotta watch what you're doing, man. Put the
Yeah.
wrong fish in there, they'll eat each other and
yeah,
shit.
They're like
this tank
South
though,
American cichlids.
this tank is one that my fiance got me on my very first birthday together with him. He
Oh, that's
drove
nice.
2 hours to go get it from me and paid for like $80 for this old thing. And I just like, when I got my new tank, he's like, "Can you get rid of it?" I said, "No, it has a sentimental value. I can't do that." So I'm like, "Okay, what can I do?" So I bought a white and a black Oscar and I named them Yin and Yang.
Oh, okay.
Yin and
You could have
yang.
named them Ebony and Ivory.
I had to, because I'm like, it's just a sentimental. I'm a very sentimental person, and like that was like he literally. Oh, there's my eel. My eel's pretty cool
Your
too.
eel?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Gets around.
Yeah. I mean, he's actually as aggressive as the Oscars is.
I'll be right back. I have to tinkle.
Okay. TMI, but okay.
But yeah, I love fish. I've always liked fish.
Okay, so this is weird. Watching myself on here. All right.
Oh.
So,
Oh, and then Hunter has this whole collection.
no, my
Of
Do you have the Funko Pop of Queen?
Of what?
He's still talking about that Funko Pop, man.
Of Queen? I heard Queen, I think.
Still talking the Funko Pop. Huh? A queen?
But so his family travels a lot. So we have the snow globes from wherever his mom goes and travels.
Mm-hmm.
We have a lot of collectible stuff.
Okay.
I may have just stubbed my toe on everything that I could have possibly stubbed my toe on.
Got a few friends in here. I guess I'll follow on this other account. Oh, Steve, they call you a boomer. Wear it with pride, baby. You got them scars for a reason. Yeah. Shit. As I said, man, I'm like, I heard about women lying about their age. I said, hell no, man. I went through some shit in my life. Own that shit. Hell no.
Well, I mean, my
know
friend
about.
lied about.
I own that shit.
My friend had a female lie. The friend that had the female lie about her age, she was actually like 15. She said she was 18, and he should have known, but that's besides the point. But the moral of it is, he is not the only guy she did this to. She actually got in trouble for it, and he ended up getting out.
There's bad people from all over. I mean, I can't say there aren't evil women out there. There are evil people all over. You can't get
I can't stand by people that say that there's no such thing as evil from anywhere,
No, there's definitely
And
this world's full of evil and good. Like it's both.
the thing is, I mean, you just have to look at it like statistically, right? There's more of it comes from one place over the other, but even looking at it different from there, who's getting attacked right now, right? I mean, who's getting discounted in the big story? Who's getting told, "Oh, you don't get to say you're oppressed," or "There's nothing wrong with you. You're not oppressed." Well, and it's not about whether they're oppressed or not. It's about how if somebody tells you their story and you don't believe it, whose problem is that? That's not the problem of the person telling their story. It's the problem of the person that's listening not being a listener in good faith. That's just facts. If you're going to sit here and say, I'm going to sit here and listen to the story, and then you turn around and tell somebody they're a liar when they share their story, you're not really listening, or you're not listening in good faith. You're just going to call somebody a liar.
Yeah.
Right? And this whole fuck your feelings thing. Oh, fuck my feelings? Fuck you. You better not hope you don't ask me for something in the future. You better hope you're not in a dark alley somewhere and need somebody to come to your rescue. Because when you tell me fuck your feelings, I take that shit personally.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot of things I don't. I don't take my job personally. I don't take it personally when people just fly off at comments and shit like that. But if me and you've been chatting, you kind of know who I am. I've put it out there a little bit, and I'm pretty much who I say I am. If you ask me my opinion on something, I pretty much tell you how it is, how I see it, or whatever my opinion. And I usually don't say it's my way or the highway. It's just how I see things. Tell me different. And so if you're going to de-incentivize or cut down what I have to say, tell me different. And the same thing with my lefty friends on the extreme left. I'm not saying you're wrong, but that's not my forte. I've been involved. I love politics. That's my thing. If you're if you're telling me that politics in and of itself is bad and politics is all I ever care about in my career, you're telling me my career is shit. What do you want me to say? And my theory is, I say politics aren't shit. The people in the politics are shit.
Right.
If you want the politics to be better, then let people go in there to show you how to lead other people, to show them to be better. Because those that are in there that are better aren't getting a shine put on them. And those that are pathetic aren't having anybody out there in power saying that they are pathetic. It's one thing for you to stand there and say MTG is a pathetic person to represent their district. It's a whole nother thing. Why isn't somebody else out there in Georgia that represents a district saying the same thing? Why isn't somebody else saying the same thing about the hateful rhetoric or something else? Because they're more worried about what's in their pocketbook or losing their job or causing a commotion than the people that they're supposed to represent. Because if you care more about the people, then you shouldn't give two shits about where the frickin' fur flies and where it lands in the long run. You should be doing what's right. And wherever that fur frickin' flies and where it lands because you did what was right.
On a complete side note, should I do my hair this color with the bottom part? Because I'm going to put the teal back in up here and do this here.
Looks good.
Think that'll look good?
As a mother of 34 years, how damaged is your hair?
I cannot bleach it anymore, but I can color it still. This is vegan friendly, ammonia free.
I don't know
Hit us
enough
up.
about hair dye to know if that's okay for your hair.
So I actually I work at the company that makes this ammonia based hair dye is what will cause damage to your hair, along with like the bleaching it, which I can't bleach my hair, so I can't do the roots right now. But I can put this in it. Oh no, lovely.
Lovey said that they have remover without bleach if you need it.
I want to keep the blue. I'm actually, it's a teal that's in it right now. I'm just gonna put more over it, and then I want to do the bottom half something different. But I don't really. I'm bouncing between this or hot pink.
I wouldn't do the hot pink with teal.
Right there on the table. Sure.
Well,
I do more of a neutral
it's
color.
not that I don't like the hot pink. I think that the hot pink is going to outstar the teal. Right. And then people are going to be looking at the ends and not at your head.
I agree.
Give me 1 second.
Listen, I'm going to say goodnight, and I'll catch you girls again some other time, okay?
All right.
Sure,
bye,
Rosebud. Thank you.
Bye, Meeks.
Bye-bye.
It was nice to meet you. Oh, God. So these are all the colors I have currently. I can wait and obtain more. So this is the blue. Mm-hmm. That's what's in it right now. That's what it'll look
that
like
what
when
you
I
have in
refresh
now?
it. Yeah. It's faded out.
No, I like the blue more. Are you going to refresh it or are you going to wait?
No, yeah, I'm going to refresh it. But I just don't really, because I have hot pink.
Yeah, Lovey said she uses that in the salon. Those are good. So yeah, I like the fuchsia and the blue. I like that.
And then I have a light purple. So I have two purples. I have this light purple, and I have this dark amethyst purple. Because someone said lavender would look
good. Silence from the Chicks comes back and says lavender would look nice.
I also have this really light pink.
Or should I say Silence from the Storm?
Yeah.
I don't know.
And I have this dark blue, but I don't want to put. I like to keep the darker color on top. So I definitely am. I'm really digging this blue. Like, I didn't think that it would turn out good, but it's pretty good.
I know.
So,
I dig the blue.
Storm, what do you think for those two?
My daughter, I kind of worry about my daughter because every time she gets tired of her hair color, she's always like, time to dye it. And I'm like, I did some messed up stuff to my hair when I was younger. So I'm always kind of like, hold on, oh, sure, hon, go get some sleep. Oh, the purple. Yeah. Eye of the Storm. She's like, we got the purple thing going on. Yeah. So I like the purple too. The purple and now the purple and the pink. Now the purple and the pink. Now that would be fire. Just saying.
I'll try the purple on the bottom half of
sharing opinions. Just saying.
No, I like taking advice about my hair, but for your daughter, it's called Joica. You can buy them.
Well,
on Amazon.
The last time she dyed her hair, she used Ultras, which was a lot more gentle than some of the stuff she's been getting. She's been getting stuff from Claire's and doing not Claire's, from what's that place called? Sally's, and doing it herself. And it's been a lot more difficult. I think when you do it yourself and mix it yourself, the chemical's a little bit harder. And she bought some stuff from Ultras this time. And it seems to do a lot better for her because she's got really long hair, and the Ultras was a lot more gentle on her hair. So, but she dyed it all black because her hair's naturally like a dark to medium brown, and she dyed it all black, and she looks hot. I ain't gonna lie.
I'm
She looks
probably
good.
not supposed to say this, but like I could send you some hair colors for samples if you want for her for Christmas
Oh,
time
hold
because
on, there
I
she is.
really
I'm coming. Screaming at the door. Goodness. It's cold. Did you have a good time? Okay. Thank you. And I bought some stuff too out there, so.
Thanks, Mom.
Mm-hmm.
Damn it.
And the teenagers are home. Well, one's mine anyway. The other one, I'm
But
sure, is only here for a few minutes, but.
this is I absolutely love this. I actually work with inspecting hair dyes for my job. I also inspect aerosol products, which this is like a spray foam for keeping your hair straight. And I get unlimited whatever I want. No cost. So I mean I supply my bad habit of dyeing my hair whenever I want, but I definitely like I will vouch for this brand over anything else because this is a complete ammonia free. So it's less hazardous for the environment as well when it's disposed of. And its colors are like
So,
really vibrant.
yeah, I like your hair. I don't do anything like that with my hair because I have a thyroid condition. I just washed my hair yesterday and it already looks kind of stringy. But I was out in the rain, so it kind of like made it look kind of icky. But it's always thin. And I bought this. I've started using this stuff called Native, and it seems to do really well with my hair style and everything. And it's a little bit more expensive, but I kind of like it. So, but yeah, I've got.
My Native shampoo.
You told me you don't like it.
I don't actually. I'm just asking. Thank
But
you for the axe, Mom.
you're welcome. What?
The Nax.
Oh, no problem.
Goldfish. Oh,
No, those are mine. You got all them other snacks, and look, you got the Cheetos.
I like those goldfish.
Then give me one of your Cheez-Its then.
Bet.
Give me one.
All yours.
Which one?
This one's all yours.
All right.
Perfect trade. Glad we could come to this decision. Handshake.
No, it's not a handshake. Here, put this in the sink, please.
Can do.
Okay.
What, are you tired? But yeah, I am digging these two.
I like that too.
Lady, I ain't iron.
I think that's what I'm gonna do.
As you can see, the energy came into the house.
I gotta arch my phone.
So, but yeah, I love it. I only have another year of it before she goes to college.
Thank you recently. I've always dyed my hair. My hair looks a little thin right now because I mean with the situation she pulled 4 handfuls of hair out, but besides that, I vary my hair is my best feature along with my eyes. What do you want? I don't know if you hear my cat in the background, but like he just sounds like a little possessed little monster.
Yeah, Meeks, you keep hanging around us, we're gonna have to turn you lib. Complete liberal.
Yeah.
So just saying.
Yeah.
You've been.
I mean, lovely. It's always a minute from right there. So like this is supposed to be longer, and it like only comes down to like there, and then I have like shorter pieces because like it wasn't all from like the roots. It was like up here, some broke off down here, and like down here. It's all over, and it's all throughout my head. So at least it's not like one general spot I'm completely bald in. I can at least be thankful for that.
Man, it's hard to look at somebody else's account when it's on like the internet. Like, I'm trying to look at my other account and follow the people I follow, and it's like
Yeah.
very hard. That's like
Yeah, that's recent. That's what I'm very thankful for, is that I cannot tell.
can't tell what.
About my hair that got pulled out.
Oh yeah. We don't want to talk about that negative stuff.
No, I mean, I was being positive about it. Like, I mean, I'm just like saying it's definitely, I'm positive that I did not lose a general
I'm
bald
just goofing
spot.
around. I'm just goofing around. I know, I'm just goofing around.
The only thing that I'm concerned about not healing and scarring is this right now. And I'm hoping it heals and it doesn't like heal with my skin missing and my skin will kind of come back there, but that is a future problem.
I know this app doesn't want to do what I want it to do. Fucker. Fucker.
Scar away gel.
Yeah, you can buy some scar away gel.
Huh. I'm gonna have to look into that because I got
Probably
another
costs about
one
maybe
right
$10,
there.
something like that. I don't know.
Where is it, bed? We don't have any of those up here. The Bed Bath and Beyond is gone. They went out of business. They went bankrupt up here.
Oh yeah, we don't have them here anymore either.
Where can I get this stuff? Can I get it on Amazon? See how I went immediately to Amazon?
That's because that's how we're trained, right? That's how we're taught. We're like, go to the big store. Go to the one where you don't have to worry about if they have it or not. Go to this one. Go to this one.
You're in PA. If you ever get the chance, I don't know if they have them in PA or what states really have them. So I'm talking like completely blindly about this. I don't know who does and who doesn't. But there's a thing called Bin Time in North Carolina. It's actually in South Carolina. It's right over the border. And basically, Amazon. So say I really didn't want this, and it wasn't even opened. It would get shipped back to that factory, and they wouldn't restock it. They would just throw it in a bin like this. And in that bin, on like Monday, everything in that entire store is $5. Whatever you can find is $5. The next day, everything.
I like the $5. I like the Five Below.
Wait. The next day, everything is $3. And then the next day, everything is $2. This is in North Carolina. And then the next day after that, everything is $1. And then the very last day, for whatever is left in that place, is 50 cents. And I'm not lying. I have some pretty cute stuff from there. Like,
somebody else is like, wait, I was listening in the comments. What'd you say about North Carolina?
So this I got for $5 in a random box that I didn't know what was in it. So Bin Time. It's called Bin Time. It's in South Carolina. It's right across the border. Day one, everything. So they just basically, so say this flashlight, this Rubik's Cube, this little container, anything that is in there.
Is that what it's called? Bin Time?
Yes. Anything that I or other people just say, yeah, just cancel that order, send it back. I just really don't want it anymore. They don't. Amazon does not take their stuff and restock it in a factory. They throw it in bins and let people come and buy it at discounted prices. And the first day, $5. Second day, $3. Third day, $2. Fourth day, $1, and fifth day 50 cents. And then they have the 2 days off to restock.
Wow. Okay.
I really wish I would have known, so we would have went on a 50-cent day.
Yeah. Yeah. Did I tell you about this campaign guy earlier?
The one that you talked to for an hour and then he
Pissed
doesn't
me
remember it.
off. Yeah. I was like, misogynist pig. Talked to this man for 2 hours before Thanksgiving and then gonna talk to me today like he don't remember anything. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't go with that shit. And then when I got mad and hung up the phone on him, gonna act like I'm the one that should not be offended. Oh, fuck
Yeah.
you. Just not even in on that shit, man.
Oh, another positive thing, AMC reached out to me and they're willing to pay for our time off of work and all medical expenses and some settlement money.
Okay. Well, that sounds good. Kinda.
Because
Right?
they said that they should have had more people there. And basically, the guy broke company policy.
Hmm. I don't know, man. I get kind of wary when big people start trying to give you money. What do they know you don't know?
I mean, I could pursue it more, but I just really don't want to deal with the
I mean,
drama.
I'm not saying not to take something, man. That's not what I'm saying. Um I'm just wary of big beans offering me some shit when these corporate fuckers don't give a shit about us, man. Why are you offering me something?
Yeah, I get that.
That's my thing. I'm like, excuse you, who are you, and what soapbox did you just come in out of? I mean, explain to me how I should trust your ass.
Yeah.
And I mean, that was this guy too. He was like, "Oh, the money doesn't bother me. Do you know where you're going to get funding?" And he just started like bashing everything. And we already talked about all this funding and everything before. And he's just second guessing everything. And it started pissing me off. And I'm like, you know what? This is who I am. I sent you all these links about who I was and everything. And whatever, dude. You go do you. That's what you do best. You go do you. You let the big boys deal with the problems where somebody might actually need some help or need somebody to stick up for them or defend them or actually search for some kind of truth and equality. Fuck you. Nobody needs your half-ass pretending to be something bullshit.
Yeah.
That's what irritates me about people. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
I learned that when I
Hello?
got out of high school because I had a girl in my high school that would try to get my lover to cheat on me or try to take my lover away from me, and she's supposed to be my best friend. She came to me after we graduated and she said, "Look, I'm so sorry for what I did to you in high school. Is there any way you could forgive me and give me a second chance?" I believe in second chances, so I gave her a second chance. But I'm also a very, I guess, protective person about my boundaries and who I trust. So I literally told my fiance, I'm like, "Hey, go message her and try to hang out with her." So he did. He obviously didn't go through with it, but basically my mentality is if you're going to apologize and literally come back to me and then you're going to turn around and go do the same thing, I'm not going to do it. So she basically it came to the conclusion of it. He's like, well, what she doesn't know won't hurt her, is what he said. And I told him to say this, and she was like, okay, and just completely went along with it. And I'm like, look, you could have been a changed person and come and told me that he was trying to do that, but you didn't. So I'm sorry, but I'm not going to be your friend. But people are two-faced assholes out there. And I just really, I just have myself and my fiance, and we stay and just don't do anything really besides go to a movie or go out and eat, or it's just really us. Like, we're making our own family, our own life.
You just remember this. You can't count on nobody, not even the people that tell you they're your family.
Oh,
to
yeah,
some degree. I hate to say that,
My
but
my
that is a
grandma
fact.
raised me, but when I called her last night and I was really depressed, like I was depressed enough that the cops came to my house for a welfare check. I have severe depression because of what happened. I was off my medicine trying to go back to work, and it didn't go well. But I called my grandmother on the way home, and her mentality is, oh, depression is not real. So she treats me like that about situations that I could really use her support. But I should have known better because that's how she has always been. But she's still my family. But at the same time, I've always been told.
Depends on how far you want to take it, right? Because, I mean, depends, like, here's the thing. I got into a huge fight with my daughter this summer because I told her not to do something and she did it anyway. It wasn't the fact. It was the fact that instead of following what I asked her to do, she deliberately took steps to undermine me and did it anyway. And what I was concerned about in the first place happened. And so instead of following the person that always has your back and always does what's best for you, even when you don't agree, instead of waiting, as I told you, we will talk about it in a little bit, instead of following your mother's orders because you were still not 18 yet, you disobeyed me, caused a lot of drama on yourself and others. And so now I have to decide whether or not I'm going to let that fly or whether I'm going to put my foot down to the point where I have to make an example out of this situation. And somebody else will go, well, it's not that big a deal. Yes, it's that big a deal. Because at some point in her life, she's going to be in a situation where it's going to be either you follow the direction you were given or you're going to end up in a no-win situation. What if your boss tells you, this is what's going to do, this is what we got to do, and I need you here now, and you don't have a really good reason, there's no emergency, there's no there's no real reason for you to say no. The consequence of you not doing what you were asked could be losing your job, not getting the promotion, losing your seniority at work, losing your job, losing your boss's respect, losing coworker respect, depending on choices affected the company and other people.
Yeah.
So, I mean, when you're going to put your feet down and you're going to defy authority or defy whatever it is, you better make sure that you're ready to go all in on it. So she needed to make sure that she was well aware that this was going to be something that had consequences.
Mm-hmm.
And so for me, yes, it was worth the 2 weeks of misery I put us both through until she gave in and understood my point. But for somebody else, maybe not. To each their own.
Sorry if I'm moving around a lot. I'm just trying to pick up a little bit.
No, you're all right. But I mean, that's my mentality on it, right? It's
Mm-hmm.
my job to make sure that she understands that I want you to be that strong woman. I encourage you to be that strong person. I want you to be the leader and the changer of how we live this crazy world. But that comes with a price.
You'll get a kick out of this. I literally just looked at this and I said, where is the zoo at?
I can't read that. It's backwards.
I
What's
know.
it say?
It says Zootastic Park, and then I read Zootastic. I said, where did we go to the? It literally says North Carolina, right on it, big and bold. It's those moments in life that I love and I kind of cherish.
And talking about what happened with my kiddo, here's the same thing. Maybe if I would have been a little bit more strict before that, it wouldn't have been so hard for me to get it through her head, right? So, I mean, we go through life and we realize our wrongs and realize our rights, and we try to do the best we can, but we're always going to botch it up somehow.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, I just want to make sure that when I botch it up, I don't botch it up so bad that I sit in my rocking chair in my 90s or something and regret my life.
Yeah.
But I'm probably going to jump off here because it's going on 10 o'clock, and my reason for the live is pretty much done. I wanted to vent about being stifled about what I was talking about earlier, and I got that out. And
no, you're good. I just wanted to join you because I mean, you're a really cool, nice person to talk to. So,
well, I thank you. I appreciate it. Not everybody believes the same thing, but that's okay. We don't always have to agree. I just think
there's
that
always haters out there.
There's haters, and then there's people that don't understand. And I always bring it back to not having the funding in our educational system and not having people that have the ability to understand critical thinking sometimes, because we've been teaching the same way we've been teaching for over 100 years now. Nobody changes anything, not in the public school.
Yeah.
I mean, I happen to think that a kind of curriculum where all the kids get to learn in a more hands-on virtual or hands-on learning experience would be much better. But we want to put them all in a classroom with a bunch of chairs, and everybody gets a seat, whether in the front or the back or the left or the right.
So, because I will forget, and I've been forgetting for the past 3 days.
Oh, I got you some pants.
Ooh, ants! Yippee!
Are they over there somewhere? Are they hanging on the chair? Yeah.
Are they gonna be comfy?
I bought them in the right size.
What size?
The one you always get, the 2?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I don't know. I want to start getting some bigger pants too.
Well,
Like some bigger pants. 'Cause I like big clothes.
all right. Well, I'm on live, so we can say that a little louder.
They're pants.
I'm joking.
It's okay. I don't judge.
No, we don't. No, she knows I'm teasing her
They're
because.
just comfy to sleep in, bro.
Do you want sweatpants? What are you looking
I
for?
like sweats.
You want sweats now because you used to hate sweats.
What do you think I'm wearing right now?
Well, I didn't know because. And what size are those?
Nope.
Okay, so the clue might help me.
Okay. So no pants are gonna fit you. You take them and then you put them around your neck. And then if it's just right, they'll fit you. If they're too small, it won't fit you. If it's too big, it's too big. And I want bigger ones. So do whatever. Yeah, well, I'm right. You'll try it sometime.
Did you follow that?
I heard something about putting pants over your head, and it confused me.
Around your neck, she said. I'm going, huh?
Hunter, why are we putting pants around necks? My fiance's even confused about that. He said that's the final goodbye.
Well, no, I just didn't. I didn't say crazy. I don't understand. Show me. Okay.
Like that?
Uh-huh.
Oh, fit.
Okay. Now I understand. Okay. Okay. Okay.
This is what getting mad and dumping your makeup everywhere looks like.
Anyway, that's 17 and a half. But I'll tell you this little secret. This is how I know I do pretty good.
Yeah.
When she decided she wanted to have relations with another individual, she came to me and asked me about getting on the pill.
That's really professional. Wow.
When she told me she was interested in experimenting with the green imbibement, she came to me and said something. What? To me, that's pretty good.
That's actually really good that she did that and felt confident enough to do so.
So that other stuff,
It's just a video game.
I don't care what anyone thinks. She trusts me enough to talk to me when she needs to. And I love her enough that no matter where she needs me, I'm here for her.
And that's
everybody
honestly,
else in their shit, it doesn't matter.
That is the best thing kids can get. Like, even, I'm not gonna lie, even being 23 and like listening to this, I wish I had the comfort to be able to go talk to my grandmother that way. And not like the same mentality, but be able to go call her and not be able to have something made to feel like I'm the problem. Or like she guilt trips. She'll turn it around and she'll be like, well, I'm just moving away because nobody loves me and everybody else has their own problems and none of mine, like she makes it about her. And I feel like because of that, I can't talk to her.
Well, you know, all mothers, to one degree or another, we all do that shit. With spice on it, too. You want to know what I did to my daughter? we got home from shopping and I had a whole carload of groceries the one day, and she's tired and she goes, "Okay, Mom, I'm just gonna go in the house, okay?" And I said, "Okay, whatever." So she goes in the house and I start carrying groceries in the house all by myself. And she sits there and watches me load after load start carrying groceries in. "Why didn't you come and have me help you?" "Well, you said you wanted to go do your own thing. Whatever, go ahead." "Why didn't you ask for help?" "Because I shouldn't have to ask for help. If you see somebody helping, get up off your ass and go help."
True. Very true.
So now, really? Okay. I'll take them. I just took them out a little bit ago. But yeah, I'll take them. I gotta take the dog. But I'm gonna go ahead and go, guys. Thank
All
you
right.
for the live. Love you
Have a
guys.
good night.
Mwah.
Bye.
You too.